So, as leaders, as I know we are going into elections, we are going into so many things, but this is also an opportunity for us to do an introspection. Why did we start this association of ULGA? To speak with a common voice. And it has been doing that. The sector negotiations, you find ULGA there. In the ministry, you find ULGA there. Operation Wealth Creation, you will find ULGA sitting with the leadership there to ensure that your interests as local governments are addressed. However, what is the challenge? The challenge definitely goes back to resources. There is always a song that is sung at the Secretariat, the issue of payment of membership fees. This is your baby. For us as partners, we can only come in to do what? To support. But the attractiveness of a baby is highly dependent on you as a parent, how you look after that baby. Then other people, they plan internationals, they are courts, UN, CDF, UNDP, and all these other people will come in when that child has something of value they are adding. So my plea to you as members, you have a beautiful baby that needs to be nurtured. I see my cow here, Kaija. They are always in those negotiations. But everything takes money. And at the beginning, I had some voices when the SG mentioned that we may not be able to provide for lunch today. And people were saying, so let's just abandon the meeting and go. But where are those resources going to come? The resources are definitely going to come from us as membership organizations. Because as a board, for example, we've heard your voices. Many of us are saying, many of you are saying, why don't you cover the whole country? Why don't you do capacity building in the whole country? We don't have that capacity. Because we also get money from donors to do that. However, ULGA has a structure. It has departments that are actually supposed to be doing that capacity building, but they can't effectively do that when they are not well resourced. So let's do an introspection, ask ourselves as members, how are we supporting our organization? Personally, as a partner, I will mention and repeat it. You have God. You have this beautiful organization that is only lacking facilitation to be able to reach, to soar to its, potential. Think about it as you are discussing. Think about it as you are electing leaders. Think about the future of ULGA and what it means for local governments. Especially at this time when there is a lot of decentralization that is taking place. You need a voice, and you need a strong voice. You need a voice when everyone, it is this or the mayor who are saying everyone is giving whatever they can. So the national cake, what is happening? Every ministry wants to take back. Okay? Parliament, you've seen what is going on in the parliament. Everyone. And as local governments, if we stand on our own as individual local governments, we can't do much. That's why we need a strong association. So whatever you are doing, whatever you are thinking about, think about the role ULGA plays, making sure that as local governments, you have a strong voice. As local governments, you can be able to be called to the table where decisions are being made. Thank you very much. I want to stick with within the time, but that is the food for thought. I'm not a spokesperson for ULGA, but I'm talking about it from the experience working with ULGA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eugene. Eugene has worked with the court for the past 10 years, I think 15 years. Thank you for the message. The message has reached home. You will now allow me to recognize the presence of the commissioner from the Ministry of Local Government, the Commissioner in charge of Administration, Mr. Paul Okoto Okero. You're welcome. We also recognize the presence of the UNICEF representative. Fiona, you may rise for recognition. Thank you. So in the coming weeks, we are also doing a lot of work in local revenue enhancement. We'll be in Lamo, trying to support working with UNICEF. So they will recognize the chief administrative officers. You can wave those that came in a bit later. I know you were seated at the back. Luke, Lokoda, I see you there. Thank you, the chief administrative officers that are here, the senior assistant secretaries that came in later after the introductions, the speakers, and the district chairpersons. So, like I earlier communicated, so our tea is ready, but you will move slowly for those that have received the coupon one by one, such that we continue with the program as we go along. You can come back with your cup of tea and your bites, then you continue as we go along. So I will now invite the Vice Chairperson of the Local Government Finance Commission to come and take us through the presentation on IRAS, what the Local Government Finance Commission has done, what experiences are there regarding IRAS, have we made any changes, what is the existing potential? Welcome you, Honorable. So once you're Honorable, where is the Honorable? Honorable Vice Chairperson, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that is better. The Minister of Local Government in absentia, the President of ULGA in absentia, the Country Director, Plan International, representative of the government partners, the coordinator, Operation Work Creation, the district chairpersons, the district speakers, the COW, the sub-county representatives, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I make the presentation, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Mariam Narubega. I was once a youth councillor and an executive member of the Fiji District Local Government. I'm a former National Youth Member of Parliament, and I'm a former Women Member of Parliament of Tambara District. Currently, I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Local Government Finance Commission. I bring you greetings. Thank you. I bring you greetings from the Local Government Finance Commission, especially from our chairman, Honorable Isaac Musumba, who is aware of official duties in China. They are looking on the same matter that we are talking about today. Our commission has a secretariat and a oversight organ, which is the commission, the board. We are 7 members. 3 members are from Uganda Local Government Association. They are supported by ULGA. 1 member is supported by ULGA, and 3 members are nominated by the central government. So I want to tell you that the composition that we have in this 7th commission is so quite representative. We have the former cow, who is Madame Martinez Unzia. She's from Maracha. we have the former ULGA president, Mr. Joseph Omunyang from Nanga, and is very, committed to pursuing local government issues. We have a former deputy mayor, also a former member of parliament, Honorable Emma Bona, she's from Barara. We have a former CAL, a former RDC, a former speaker, a former member of parliament, Honorable Ignatius Besisia from Kagadi. And we have a representative from ULGA. She's also an NPO practitioner, Madame Somboa Naima. She's from Koboko. The chairperson is a former minister for finance. He's also a former minister for urban and housing, Honorable Isaac Musumba from Kamuni. So you can see that the commission is very representative of the nature of the local government. Now I'm going to take you through a paper in regard to the theme of adaptation of best practices for sustainable local revenue mobilization. I'm pleased to be here to attend this annual general meeting and to brief you about the status of local government financing in our country, and especially the local revenue experiences from the revenue administrative systems, which we call IRAS, and existing potential sources of revenue in local governments. Section 191 of the local government of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and the Local Government Act mandates local government to levy, charge, and collect local revenue, fees, and taxes for purposes of providing public services to communities within their localities. However, the local governments have been facing a number of challenges hindering their fulfillment of this revenue mobilization and accountability mandate and responsibilities, and namely, the problems are leakage in revenue collection, inadequate staffing, lack of centralized data management, difficulties generating timely reports, lack of comprehensive taxpayer information to facilitate local revenue collection, and limited integration with other government systems and applications such as the DPSs, the IFMISs, and name them. Based on the above information, in 2019, Government of Uganda, with support from the World Bank, developed a local revenue automation system known as the Integrated Revenue Administration System, the IRAS, spearheaded by us, the Local Government Finance Commission, and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, with the REP, TFM programs, Ministry of Local Government, URA, URSP, KCCA, Ministry of Land and Housing, and Urban Development. IRAS is an online and mobile application platform that enables local governments and cities to collect revenue through registration, assessment, billing, payments, racial awareness to taxpayers, and connecting residents to local governments. The system has been developed to cover all the revenue sources administered by local governments. IRAS has been interfaced with several program systems, including the e-tax for URA, Lira, and URSP for purposes of facilitating creation of quantitative taxpayers register, which is very, very paramount in regard to revenue collection. Facilitating seamless payments and enabling intergovernmental agency data sharing and coordination. The Local Government Finance Commission currently collaborating with the Uganda Revenue Authority under the LGFCU URA Revenue Mobilization Initiative that seeks to create interface between the IRAS and the e-tax to achieve key outcomes towards increased domestic revenue mobilization. These interventions include instant tip generation and tip validation, single assessment of integration of back user fees, and e-tax collection. As I speak now, even here, KCCA has invited IRAS to be enrolled in KCCA, and we are going live on 15th of July. We are enrolling IRAS in the KCCA in regard to these interventions. The local government main revenue sources of All revenue sources and per the local government chart of accounts are configured in the online expression. Because there has been a tendency that these systems cannot collect revenue properly, but you can see as per the chart of accounts, these collections are already on online administration. The coverage of areas in cities, municipalities, and districts. This is the status. IRAS was first implemented in January 2019 as a pilot in 3 municipalities of Nansana, Potro, and Bulu. Following success registered in the areas in these 3 pilot municipalities, IRAS gradually has been rolled in new local governments in a phased manner in every financial year, and has been fully operational in a total of 162 vote-level local governments, including 9 cities, 22 municipalities, and 135 district local governments as we speak today. Taxpayers' performance and registration using IRAS. The report we have from IRAS indicates that at least the last 2 financial years, the number of taxpayers registration done through the system has increased by 74%. That is from 465 to 354 businesses, including during the financial year 2022-2023, to 810, 446 businesses in the last financial year. You can see this great improvement. Local revenue collection performance using IRAS, and this is where the Local Government Finance Commission is focused on, especially the 7th Commission. Reports from IRAS include that indicate that a number of local governments revenue collected through the system increased by 112%. That is from Uganda shillings 50 billion as a round figure in the financial year 2022-2023 to now 107 billion as a round figure in the last financial year, the year we have just covered. And this indicates an increase of 112%. And I'll show you how this has come up, where it has been collected. In the cities, in the financial year 2022-2023, cities collected 20 billion as a round figure. But in this financial year that we have closed, the cities collected over 27 billion. That is 39% of the 119 figure I'm giving. The municipalities collected in the financial year 2022-2023 21 billion as a round figure, but as of now, they have so far collected 30 billion as a round figure. Their contribution is 41%. The districts, all the districts, in the financial 2022-2023, the districts were collecting 8 billion shillings as a round figure, like 9 billion. But currently, the year we have ended, the districts managed to collect 48 billion, that is 44%, giving us a total of 107 billion, which is 111% increase. And we're doing great here. Major local government revenue sources collected using the IRAS. These are the sources. Whereas the local governments whereas the local revenue collected by local government through IRAS over the last 2 financial years doubled, further analysis of the different local government sources that led to this positive performance indicate that the biggest improvement was registered in the collection of property tax. We have gone to districts and they have given us this information and evidence that they are now collecting money from property tax and is giving them a high percentage of their local revenue. This increase was 159%. That is from 8 billion to now 23 billion in this financial year. This other source was also followed by the local service tax, which most of the local governments are saying it's not correct, but it's a big source in this increase. It increased with 120%. The other revenues is the land tax revenue, which was registered 110 increase over the same period. What are the measures for enhancing local revenue performance? As a commission, in addition to developed measures to enhance local revenue performance in local governments by designing the local revenue mobilization strategy, focusing on strategic measures to enhance local revenue through improving local revenue administration and management, and that is the IRAS. And we are calling upon all the district leaders and the technical people to embrace the IRAS. Improving the legal framework for local revenue management. The district we have visited have been complaining about the legal framework, about the contradictions, and the Local Government Finance Commission. We are headed to making sure that we improve the legal framework for local governments to be able to collect their revenue. Rolling out the integrated revenue systems to all the remaining local governments. This one, we are going to secure funds and we shall be able to roll it out. Advocating for effective utilization and management of collected revenue, among other things. Members, this money that is collected is your money, plus the transfers that are coming from central government. However, there has been a cry when we go to the local governments that sometimes even the districts do not consider the lower local governments in terms of sharing this local revenue. And some districts are collecting quite a huge amount of money, but this money does not reflect the service delivered. You find a municipality like Lira, they are collecting over 7 billion in local revenue, but you find garbage for that speed, and the locals are not motivated to pay their taxes. So, as a local government finance commission, we are encouraging you that once you collect this money, use it efficiently and effectively, but also motivate the taxpayers. The strategy that we are talking about was launched in March, on 22nd March by the Minister of Local Government, and we appeal to all local government leaders and the technical, especially the COWs, to utilize this strategy and mobilize it to make sure that you follow. It will be a good tool for you to mobilize local revenue. When these measures are implemented, for us the Commission, we are 100% sure that we are going to increase our local revenue collection to 1 trillion by the year 2026. I bet this is possible. And I'll show you how and where our expectations are from. We know that once we implement those strategies, the property, tax, and local land-based revenue will give us 200 billion. That is 20% contribution. Local service tax and local governmental tax will give us 150 billion. That is 15%. The trading licenses will give us 80 billion. That is 80%. The market views we estimate to give us 100 billion, but we know once more markets get completed, this will even increase, and they will give us a 10%. Park user fees and parking fees. Now, there has been a contradiction. Give this some information. This information about the park user fees and parking fees. Most local governments where we go, they tell us park user fees were abolished by the president, and we're not collecting it. But it so happens that this money is being collected by URA. URA only provided for you a portal to collect your revenue, and this revenue is supposed to come back to you, the local government. Right now, URA is stuck with over 3 billion, by the way, from these park user fees. And this 3 billion is for local government. The local governments, as they abandon this, yes, I'm talking with the information. This money is lying on the account of URA because local governments think this is their money. After all, it was abolished. But we know that once it is stimulated and by negotiating with URA, to have this money being collected directly by the local government, and will give us 100 billion. Royalty fees. You know that this is a big source of local revenue. Most of your districts are neighbors to the lake, to the parks, to the dams. You have forests in your areas. NFA is collecting money. ULGA is collecting money. Energy is collecting money. But you, the districts, do not get any money from this royalty. It's only in Zombo where we are raised to find that they are getting their royalties, and most districts are not getting it. We are trying to streamline this collection of royalty fees and sharing it. And as the Finance Commission, it is our role to advise on the formula sharing. We have also established a desk in the Finance Commission to fast track this, to make sure that the local governments receive their royalties. We know that from royalties we shall get about 50%, 50 billion. But when we had an interaction with the Minister of Energy, we realized that this can even go higher than 50 billion, which will give us about 50% of the total money we're looking for. Then we have other revenues. At KCCA, we are expecting 2 billion, but now that we are going to enroll IRAs, and roll out IRAs in KCCA, this 2 billion will improve to about 350 billion. So we shall hit our target of 1 trillion. But this calls for collaboration, it calls for cooperation, it calls for teamwork. We want you to support this effort. Our experiences on the implementation of IRAs. Some of the key factors that we envisage to support this increase in the local revenue collection through IRAs in this financial year include the following. Deepening IRAs usage. We have rolled in 166 both level local governments, but we are remaining with a few, which we feel we shall be able to enroll in this financial year. We are also trying to do special courses with the administrators of areas in the local governments. So when we do this, we know that our target will be achieved. Property tax performance. It should be noted that for most of the recent previous enrolled LTs, property valuation has not been given due attention as one of the key strategies in revenue collection. In line with the provisions of Local Government Regulation Letting Act as amended. With most of the local properties valuation role related processes, including relevant approvals from the Minister, have been completed in this financial year, and we have embarked on the collection of property tax effectively 1st July. Most local governments had not evaluated their property, and so it was very hard for them to collect property rates. Yet I showed you that property rates had played a big role in increasing local revenue. So now that we have introduced IRAS, IRAS has a component of evaluation, which is going to be integrated with Lira and other systems. Districts are going to be able to start collecting their property tax effectively and efficiently, and this will boost their local revenue. Closure of manual collection accounts. It should be noted that some LGs recently enrolled on IRAS continue to operate back accounts for manual collections. In some of the revenue sources alongside IRAS, however, following the guidance of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, with the Local Government Finance Commission, all accounting officers have committed to stop manual collections. If this is stopped, trust me, local revenue is going to improve. I'll give you an example. In my UK, I have somebody in the parish, she's a sub-accountant. She told me before they enrolled them on IRAS, they were collecting 1.5 billion shillings. Currently, we enrolled them on IRAS, and because we had a think tank in Ginger, which was on 16th. 16th of May, and I so far collected on IRAS 7 million. million shillings. Members, you get this? Before they were enrolled and used manual collections, they could only collect 1.5 million in that parish. When we introduced IRAS, it's not even 10 months. They have collected in the last financial year 7 billion. It's already on their account. So you can start once we close all these manual collections, we shall be able to get our revenue in one place. Anticipated enhancement in functionality in the subsequent IRAS versions. IRAS has adopted, because we are now going to IRAS 3, and we have adopted a continuous enhancement approach to respond to emerging opportunities from the user feedback, best practices, and emerging policy. The opportunities if supported will include, these are the other areas which we want to introduce IRAS to in order to collect more revenue. There is street parking. Most of you now, if you go to our roads in the city of Lira, in Kulu city, we have good roads and there is enough space for parking. This you can produce street parking fees and you can get revenue from that. The park user fees, once strengthened and mainstream, will also collect more money. The market rents and dues will also bring money. ULGA is building more markets and so we shall get more money from there. Then the service delivery allocation tracker, which is also going to be a component of IRAS. We are also establishing a call center, which will be able to help you once you get in while running the system. Continuing political support. I must say that in the districts which are listed, the political leaders are on board, IRAS has really succeeded. And where there is no political leadership, you can see that they are still struggling. I know that most political leaders, even when I have a prayer from the district chairperson there, are disappointed because of many things. You don't have vehicles to supervise, to monitor, you don't have good salaries to motivate you to do your work. But I must say that the ULGA, Minister of Local Government, us, the Local Finance Commission, we are pushing for this because we know that once you are motivated, this local revenue will be achieved. Enforcing of revenue monitoring as part of the local government tax administration. We are asking the local governments to continue to play their role in mobilizing and enforcing tax collection, accountability for revenue, and focus on service delivery. This I talked about it. We are very happy with NASANA. We always give it as an example to other authorities. When they collect their revenue, they do reflect it in their service delivery. NASANA has bought garbage trucks, they have brought tractors. I can even give my village as an example. Actually, the Sabbath was also another model. Yesterday, I think last week, our chairman for the local council declared on our platform that they have been given their percentage and they are going to do the roads and they are going to put street lights. And you know how much money they got? 43 million shillings. For the local chairman to come and put that in the light of the public, you can see that we need such leaders, and when we get such leaders and such transparency and the effect of tax delivery, me now if the chairman tells me to pay the tuition that I have it for local service tax or whatever, I will pay because I know that it's going to have value for money. So we need to reflect this revenue into service delivery. The key challenges that we are facing under IRAS implementation include lack of a national identification numbers, those are the needs. We know that Lira did not capture all the Ugandans, their registers, but we hope that with this new enrollment, they will be able to capture everyone one day and shall be able to get those in numbers so that they can be registered and assessed for taxes. Resistance to change to revenue automation by some local leaders, citing reasons like delay of releases by the Ministry of Finance. I had it in the speech of the chairman that this money once collected, lays at the center, it comes back late, or less useless. But with IRAS, if you can, take a study in Zongo, for example, in Barara municipality, for example, in Kumi, Nasana, I was also giving an example. They are not having this issue. The issue is making timely reconciliations, and your money will come back to you on time. And we are going to make sure that this is settled, does not interact anymore, because we know that this system is efficient, it is accurate, and time responds timely. So this money, don't fear to collect this money. This is your money, and you have all the authority of this money. And the center cannot hold this money when you have requested for it. So our team, the Local Finance Commission, the staff, they are in the field in your local governments to share more light on this issue of reconciliation so that your money does not be like for the center. Internet connectivity in some local governments. Even I've had most local governments complain about it means network is slow, network is always off, but we are also agitating for internet connectivity and means of ICT, but also the new IRAS 3 has minimal network needs. You can operate it as a mobile phone. So these are the very addressing. Inadequate ICT tools in terms of computers and other gadgets support automation of local revenue. This one we are establishing to the partners, the RIF and World Bank, to provide for us more tools. Some IDs still collect outside the system, I talked about it, but we believe that by the directive, by the SST, that it should close, and I think it closed there because it was by 1st July of this financial year, all manipulations are supposed to be closed. I hope you have that, and this one will help us improve. What are the key strategies implemented? The other key strategies are the inventory of best practices in local governments and local revenue mobilization and generation. The Commission revisited the inventory of best practices in 2021 together for reforms in the Public Finance Management Act, and that is being amended, and we are pushing for some clauses that can empower local governments in the physical decentralization processes. The inventory highlights fair efficiency and effective practices of mobilizing and generation of local revenue. The best practices talks about the risk arm, development of local revenue enhancement plans, automation of local revenue administration and management, compilation of computerized local revenue registers, tax education for all stakeholders, and e-property valuation. Streamlining the management of royalties for local governments. I've already told you that this is key to us. We have put a desk in our office to make sure that we streamline this. Assessment of current potential for local revenue sources. We have assessed the existing local revenue sources. That is the government service tax, the town tax, market use, as I had from them prior. And we are hopeful that these sources will be able to boost our local revenue. The other strategy is linking local revenue, local economic development to local revenue. They have been in the sub-regions of Acholi, of Lago, of Bukedi, of Karamoja, and recently we were in West Uganda, promoting the local economic development strategy. And most of you local governments surprised us, especially in Karamoja. We are not poor. We have resources. I was so surprised that Karamoja alone, if we exploit those resources that they have, Karamoja can give us 500 million. And the chairman were there. I don't see them here. Is the chairman of I don't recall seeing in that meeting. I think chairman of Kotido was there, the chairman of the camp was there, and they were all shocked to see the potential that they have in the region and they are sitting on it. So for us as a Finance Commission, this is our intervention. We are going to support the local government in all the plans that you have come up with to implement them to make sure that we collect more local revenue. In conclusion, the Commission is committed to supporting local governments in the efforts to enhance self-sufficient through strategic mobilization of local revenue. It is also committed to continue to work with different levels of government, the private sector, donors, civil society, organizations, and other stakeholders that contribute to the successful implementation of this intervention. I see that most local government chairmen want to go to parliament. Yes, I had my voice that may the prayer be heard. But I must warn you that when you reach there, you're going to be the same. I am telling you, it's from experience. And I wish that that prayer had included that when we go there, let us now also become enemies of our local leaders. Because it is actually intentional for members of parliament to downplay the role of local leaders. It is selfish in nature because they think and they believe that it is true that many of you would eye their what? Their positions. So you cannot empower somebody who wants to disempower you. Now, I am praying that when you go there, you drop that syndrome and you act in good faith in the good and do the good for this country. I wish you all luck, those who want to contest. But that house there is a devil's house. You go well aware that's the devil's house. I thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. The leaders that you have here are very much determined to challenge the devil's house. But your advice is really well taken. Thank you so much. That's the Vice Chairperson of the Local Government Finance Commission. We want to thank you so much for that presentation. The potential is immense. The potential is available. So there is a lot that can be done to tap into this potential. And it is one of the things that we are trying to look into. We are about to sign a memorandum of understanding with Operation Wealth Creation and 9 other entities looking into tapping into those potentials and what the local government role is in wealth creation. Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Honorable, and also for the Wise Council. We were in that house before, so my chair, Pakwach here, has heard, and he said, no, I cannot be swallowed, and that is the result that we need. So you change the house such that it becomes the Lord's house. That will be good. So I want to thank you. We'll just have a 5 minutes interlude, just 5 minutes. We have some innovative, performance. We want to see what Lango has for us. Just in 5 minutes. Governor Nakaseke, if these guys don't pass, you say the left producer. So I hope you will pass the exam. You're welcome.
This is original team from Yemen. We have come to present you Sudan's ball killing Semo dance attempt. This is a typical land whistle dance. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the chief examiner, did they pass? Yes, the chief examiner said they passed. So it was worth listening to them and watching them perform. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. So what a way to have a break. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to now invite the representative of the General Secretary, Uganda Cooperatives Alliance, to come and make your presentation in the next 15 minutes. Thereafter, we'll have a presentation from retired Carl, Milton Kato, and the experiences he generated. Then we have a presentation from Operation Wealth Creation. We have a presentation on making the Kai projects work, and then PDM performance. Then we'll have a general plenary and end the day. So Isaac, you're welcome.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Isaac Enokwiri. I work for Uganda Cooperative Alliance, and in this case I'm representing our General Secretary, who is away due to a national engagement. And in a special way, I would like to thank the leadership of Uganda Local Government Association for recognizing cooperatives and also the roles that cooperatives play in this country, particularly in the different sectors of the economy. And I want in a special way to say that as Uganda Cooperative Alliance, that Uganda Apex body that represent cooperatives, we really appreciate to be part and parcel of this country, especially in supporting the members who are the farmers in this case at various levels. I want to take you through a little bit on what Uganda Cooperative Alliance is about, what we do, and how we also invest ourselves in this whole development agenda of Uganda. Uganda Cooperative Alliance was established in 1961 as an apex body that represents cooperative movement in the country through advocating for the interest of cooperative societies across the various sectors in this nation. UCA has established offices in the different regions of Uganda because we believe that we have farmers who are actively participating in production across the country. So we have 4 regional offices that serves our farmers in all directions. We have the Northern regional office, Eastern, Western, and Central, where our headquarters are. UCA has a mandate as an apex body for all cooperatives, which is to promote, strengthen, and coordinate the cooperative movement in Uganda. And this is aimed to enhance socio-economic development of its members through advocacy, capacity building, and fostering partnerships. I also want to bring to your attention that under NDP 3 of Uganda, which focuses more on increasing household incomes and improving the quality of Ugandans. This is where the pillar that UCA together with other partners. Our focus is more, and we've been able to play a great role, as I will continue mentioning. UCA, as I told you earlier on, being an apex body, we have a few roles that we play in shaping our cooperatives. And when I talk about cooperatives, we should all be knowing that these are member-based organizations that comprise of our farmers who run businesses to support production and marketing at different levels. So one of our roles is to advocate for favorable policies and legislation that supports the growth and sustainability of cooperatives. I'm very pleased that we've had some members and ministers who have been in Parliament. This is where the origin of our laws are discussed and passed. So, as part of advocacy as UCA, we ensure that those policies and regulations that have been made favor our farmers and provide a conducive environment for them to operate. We also do provide capacity building trainings, and this is through our different programs and workshops, seminars that are organized with the main aim of building the capacity of cooperative members and leaders. Because this is a business institution, these are business institutions, it is very important that the capacities of those who have been entrusted to run the different businesses of farmers are actually enhanced. And I want to say we are grateful to the government of Uganda. In 2022, we received support from government subvention, which is meant to help us as Uganda Cooperative Alliance develop the cooperative movement further. And in this case, we are working with the district, local government staff, especially the commercial departments, to strengthen their capacity and also improve on their services to the different cooperatives. We also do partnerships and collaborations. This is with government agencies. We work with different ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Finance, and so on. And this is all done to help us strengthen the cooperative movement in the country. And to build also synergies and seek opportunities for cooperative development in different areas, particularly to access markets, technology transfer, and sustainable development. Overall, Uganda Cooperative Alliance serves as a crucial institution in Uganda's cooperative sector, providing leadership, advocacy, capacity building, and coordination to enhance socio-economic impacts of cooperatives across the country. So that is what we do basically as UCA, and we still stand firm to continue supporting this country, especially the cooperative movement that is a basis for our economy. I want to take you through a little bit of the statistics of cooperatives in Uganda. We have 31,346 cooperatives that are registered with Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and serving a total population of over 5.6 million in the various sectors of the economy of Uganda. And these cooperatives range from different types, from savings and credit cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, specialized cooperatives. The specialized ones are like the PDM, the ULGA, water and environment cooperatives, and so on, including service cooperatives, housing, and so on. So all these play a great role in improving the welfare of the members of such cooperatives. This might not be, this is clear. By statistics, if you look at the cooperative development in terms of those that have been registered from 1986 to 2021, as per the census from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, we had 5,451 by 1986. By 2021, which was the latest census done, we have 31,346 registered cooperatives in different categories, as you can see. We have the financials, yoga, agricultural marketing, transport, and so on. So all these are member-based institutions that serve the interest of the farmers who are in different agricultural activities, producing and marketing. Some of them are actually doing processing and exporting at the same time. So all this is meant to create wealth within the members and the economy at large. So I want to now take you through the roles of cooperatives, particularly in local governments. What do these cooperatives do? Do they really play a role? Do we see that the impact on a number of activities that local governments through the district, the different district structures do in improving the economic welfare of the citizens? First of all, I want to let you know that a cooperative model has proven, and it's still the only model that we can use to empower the low-income person we talk about. And if we want to realize the middle-income economy, as our government has been advocating, the cooperative model is the best model that can do that. And most of you can bear witness from the different districts you've been from, and also looking at what sustainable institutions that are there that are generating livelihood for the farmers or for the small farmers. It's only through cooperatives. However, they also face with challenges that sometimes makes it impossible to achieve some of those goals and benefits. However, look at some of the roles that cooperatives play. One, they stimulate local economic growth. How is this done? This is done through utilizing local factors of production, because we know when you are in a cooperative and people are doing production, they employ land, labor, capital to generate business and benefits for themselves. And this is done through the small-scale producers and workers by providing access to resources and markets that may not be individually possible. So when you work together in cooperatives, it makes it possible to have access to some of these resources and markets. One of the roles that also cooperatives play so much at the local government is job creation. In this city where you are, I'm very pleased with the chairperson when he gave us a brief situation of how our Lira city and the district at large is. We have over 86 small, medium, and large oil millers in this region. And I can tell you, this is a city where the entire northern relies on when it comes to marketing of oilseed crops, like sunflower, soy, and so on. And by statistics, most of the suppliers, the producers, are actually cooperative groups. So that means they provide employment right from the farm level up to the point of processing and sales. So you can look at the value chain, how many people are benefiting because of the cooperatives, up to the level where the government is able to realize revenue. So this is the power that the cooperative plays in creating employment to our people. And then resource management, we know that cooperatives are managed sustainably by the members. These are people who work together, they determine what they want to do, they employ natural resources, and also establish some of the community infrastructures. So these resources are used efficiently for the benefits of the local community. I was told, and today when I was even here, I was very attentive and listening to the chairperson of the Lira district when he talked about the road shops. That the road shops came under a project called ACDP, and they were focusing on building the capacities of our farmers through their small institutions of groups, associations, and cooperatives, so that they're able to utilize the available resources. Cooperatives also provide services to our members that could actually be missing. We know local government has programs and projects that they run, but sometimes may not be adequate. But when members come together in their cooperatives, in their small rural groups, they're able to provide some services. For instance, in the healthcare, Now we have health cooperatives, big form, provide health services to the members. We've heard about the status here in Lango, where we only have one referral hospital and one general hospital, but the population is huge. So a cooperative in this aspect, where we have the health cooperatives that provide health services to its members, play a great role in supporting local governments to ensure the safety and also the health of the members. It also does provide services like the financial services, housing services through the housing cooperatives. We have already a model which is being implemented in the city here, which is called affordable housing cooperatives that are building decent but affordable houses for members within the city dwellers. And this is the role that cooperative is providing to ensure that people have decent accommodation that is also healthy for their stay. And then also cooperatives play a great role in providing innovation and adaptation. We know that a cooperative has membership that is broad, and once you have an innovation that you want to promote, it's very easy for you to use the multiplier effect using the cooperative forum, because it brings in a number of people together, and the adaptation level can really be high in case you have a new product, you have a new service that is tailored to the local needs and condition of the members. Then also, when you talk about democracy, I really want to tell you leaders. In the 1960s, 70s, early 70s I can say, we all know that great leaders were actually coming from cooperative background. You'll prove me right or wrong, because in cooperatives, we believe in the principle of democracy. And we believe that every member has an equal right and opportunity and can participate, provided he or she meets the requirements in that particular environment. So, in this case, we have leaders who are actually modeled by the cooperative, because they know that the cooperative promotes transparency, accountability, and also community participation in decision making. So, this is the great role that our cooperatives can actually play in setting up the local government setting. Now, the next one is about resource management and sustainability. And in this case, we're talking about resource management, which is contributing to environmental conservation and resilience. We know that lately it has been very hard because of the climate change, but cooperatives are actually through programs and projects. They are practicing sustainable land use management, and it is working out in many communities because members learn the new methods and they adapt, and it continues multiplying to the different other communities. So this is also another great role that we play. And then partnerships. Because we have already organized communities that have come together as an organization doing business together, it's very easy for them to collaborate with local governments, stakeholders, and NGOs to tackle and try to address community challenges effectively using the different development initiatives. This is a role that also supports the local government when it comes to development agenda in the different communities. And then because of cooperatives, we've been able to see that many people have risen up to the point of becoming entrepreneurs. Why? Because if you look at the value chain, where people have produced, someone has to be there to take the produce to the market, someone has to be there to process, someone has to be there to sell it maybe to the final consumer. So this also promotes entrepreneurship skills. But also at the same time, it generates additional tax revenues to the government. Because at every level, I believe every local government does tax collection for produce, right from their respective boundaries where they operate, up to the point of maybe the processors. So we're able to generate taxes because of these kind of organized systems of cooperatives. In summary, cooperatives serve as the vital economic social entities within local governments by effectively utilizing available factors of production promoting economic development, creating jobs, managing resources sustainably, and empowering communities through democratic participation and collective action. So, we believe, as an apex body for cooperatives, that this is a module that the government, through the different district local government structures, should promote, because we have a number of cooperatives right from the grassroots where we come from, the village, parish, sub-county up to the district levels. We believe this module will continue creating wealth for our people, and the dream of having the middle income status will be possible through this cooperative development. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Uganda Cooperative Alliance. So the team here will have some questions for you at a later stage. So please stay around. It's one of the oldest institutions that we have in the country. Thank you. So I would now want to invite Milko to come and share with us the information you generated from the regional meetings, and also share with us your experience as a cow wool district and the change that you post in the next 10 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest this afternoon, the President of ULGA, come here and join us. The representative from the office of the President, the representative of the Finance Commission, the governor, the title they are using these days, of the district chairperson, representative of the donor partners who are with us this afternoon, Secretary General and all your staff, local leaders from respective districts, ladies and gentlemen. This presentation is only for 10 minutes. It will not take long. But it is here to stimulate you to discuss in the afternoon in detail issues that are affecting the local government in the way of improving service delivery to our people. Okay? So I want to see that you know them, because you can be referring to them in our discussion. And the way of improving the performance of local government, and also as a way of improving the performance of our bigger state of Uganda local government association. I was tasked to move the ULGA executive members during their regional meeting. I was also tasked to read the Auditor General's report for the year 2022-23. And I wish to bring to your attention the areas that the Auditor General has mentioned, which a local government must take into consideration very seriously if we are to improve service delivery in our country. My name is Wilson Kato. I've worked in this northern region, and actually I retired as cow of Kulu. But before that, I was cow of Lamo. Are we from Lamo here? Anybody from Lamo? Oh, they have let me down. But at least people from Kulu are here. So I spent most of my time in northern Uganda until I retired. Now, let's look at this cross-cutting issue, which seems to be disorganizing us in local governments and affecting our delivery. One of the issues that is popping up, and which we must address squarely as the local government, conflicts within local government. The recent time, I don't know why, has seen a big increase in the conflicts within the local government. The local leaders are tearing themselves for the reasons I don't know. And I've mentioned here these two districts where we've seen written letters expressing their desire to have their chief administrative officer transferred immediately. They will be having gentle reasons. But I think as we move to 2026, Mr. PS, Minister of Local Governments, these conflicts are here to increase. Because many of us in the political area will be trying to position ourselves. And when you try to position yourself, you either want to advance up and you want to displace somebody. And so these conflicts must be addressed immediately. I'm making recommendations here. If you have any recommendation that you think have left outside that issue in the debate, please do bring it up so that we can capture them properly. I'm making a recommendation on that, and we will work together with the Minister of Local Government to put in place a response team that is able to list local governments that have been reported to be in conflict so that we minimize conflicts within our local government and stop them when they are still at a lower level before they can escalate, reach at a level disorganized service delivery. I've seen in papers where we have reached a level of growth in the office of the car. It is clearly humiliating growth of the car. There are better ways of doing that. There are better ways of doing that. I think that is on the extreme side of closing offices. Two, look at the source of funds to pay local governments conflict resolution as a long-term solution. Conflicts do arise in many organizations, not so, but we should have a mechanism of resolving this conflict. And I'm saying ULGA must find funds when we go through elections so that all of us are trained on how we can resolve conflicts amicably and manage them at a lower level. Okay? The other issue that has been mentioned is local revenue performance. The majority of local governments are reporting challenges affecting them in revenue collection. And I'm very happy with the local government finance commission that came in with a new system that has shown some trend in revenue collection. Members will note that the system that has come is only addressing one side, and that's the side of capturing the data and collecting. But revenue collection does not stop at that. The biggest part of revenue collection is mobilization, not so. And therefore, the systems that have come with some aspects that will enable political leaders and technical people to mobilize their people to pay taxes. Together? And that's what I'm saying. Apart from the system that we are using now, the IRS system that we are using, this one also should be addressed where? One, lack of transport and equipment. If you are saying no, you tell me. Incorrect data used to collect revenue. Two, delayed remittance of funds to the center of the local governments, from the center to the local government. Okay? And I think we're already in that one, and the lack of staff. These are the two ones I've mentioned. If we have more, bring them here so that we can capture them in our plenary session. Local organization ULGA is convening a national conference on domestic revenue to address these challenges. If the central government is saying it is giving us a system to improve local revenue collection, we think to have a national conference so that these other issues are also part of local revenue enhancement in local government. The policy development model. On chance, in the regional meetings, that a presentation were made on how we are proceeding in the policy development. And I want to thank the PS of local government that this is the correct model if implemented well. Okay? The Auditor General has voted most of the cycle. And I want to bring your attention Auditor General has brought the attention of local leaders to address, which are very important as we implement this program. One, the first factor that the Auditor General has seen the delayed remittance of money from Ministry of Finance for us to implement. I think it was in the past year. There are some funds being reached at the end of the financial year. So this must be corrected by the Ministry of Finance. The other one is insufficient funding for administrative costs. I think this one was also raised. We are implementing a program that does not have a component of the administrative cost. I'm not seeing many programs. There's no way you can implement a program without having a component of supervision and contact. I think we need to raise this one to government. The other one, Auditor General has mentioned, is the ineligible projects. Ineligible means that some of the projects that we finance under PDM were not compliant within the guidelines. You know what we are supposed to implement under PDM, but in some parts we went outside and implemented projects that are outside PDM support. On the extreme side, there are some projects in some districts which we would like to know was not able to see as money has been dispersed. So that's a big area that we should be noting now as leaders. The other one is insufficient training for members of the platform. Number 8 is the frequent training guidelines. When we're implementing the first part of this program, we had instructions to give money according to the number according to the request. But in the end, another guideline was brought insisting that we must give every beneficiary 1 million. So we have in our districts some people who got less than 1 million. Am I correct? And we must find a mechanism of how these people who got less than that money can be funded further. But the Ministry of Finance has highlighted that they are going to run a supplementary further for those people who got money less than 1 million. Okay? The other one is long beneficiaries included. Some circles went ahead to give beneficiaries that will be included. So we'll get together with the Ministry of Local Government, convene a national PDM meeting at the national level. I want us as district leaders to discuss with the Ministry of Local Government and Finance at national level so that we are able to address challenges under this program at an early stage. And then calling to the national conference. I don't know whether they have already invited to the bigger meeting at the national level to discuss PDM. If they have not, I hope the PS has noted. Number 4 is the long recruitment process of local government staff. For years, local governments and the governor of Lira highlighted this issue. There's nothing much you can do without staff. But the encumbrance under this is very striking that even when you have money, you may not be able to recruit unless you're given a no objection. And in some cases, this no objection comes at the end of the financial year, almost 2 months to the end of the month, the end of the financial year. Moreover, recruitment of staff is a very long process. It takes about 4 months for you to get a staff on the payroll. So this is very cumbersome to local government. And I need the leaders have talked, but public service has not come to address this matter the way we need it. So I'm making 2 recommendations here. Look at to convene a meeting with the Ministry of Local Government and Public Service to have this matter sorted out so that we can easily recruit staff in local government. Are we together? This is a very touching issue. Secondly, the Ministry of Local Government to run the central advert for those local governments that are finding it hard of local government. Now, this is another interesting thing. For a long time now, election of local leaders has been done in a hard work manner. Those districts that have NGOs have been able to elect their leader. Now, the rest of the local government that do not have support from such development partners have been left without training. To me, this is very unfair. The Ministry of Local Government used to run a coordinated training for district councillors almost after election. Not so. But over time, this part has been set off, and the districts on their own are trying to struggle to have their leaders inducted. This is very unfair, and we make a recommendation that this matter, ULGA and this local government should find sufficient funds to carry out this important function. Because as we go to elections, we are likely to get new leaders, and the new leaders cannot perform their role very well if they are not inducted. The declining support for ULGA activities. Now this is for you members. Trouble is coming within ULGA, and I want us to stop this part. There are regions that are saying they can have their own local government association. Whereas ULGA does not stop people from forming association, but in our understanding world, before you form any other association within local government, it should be enhancing the performance of our own bigger association, that is Uganda local government. And therefore you can become an affiliate member. The affiliate member would include an association like the Adaptation Private and this association. And I think you've heard of something called Dakota. That association exists, but it's affiliate to Uganda local government association. So we should discourage the small associations that are coming up. And I want to encourage district leaders, you benefit more when you are together than when you are in smaller associations. Please pay attention to your ULGA. It is still a big meeting. I'm saying ULGA should arrange special meetings with local governments of that fall in that category that want to have a record from Uganda local governments. The last one, number 7, is not a new thing. This is highlighted by what I did. Corruption. Members, we should not keep quiet about this. And the way we are going at the center will definitely reach local government. But we should not wait for local leaders to be arrested. Within our own local government, there are structures that can fight corruption. Also, there are many structures. I want us to reactivate all these committees that can fight corruption on our side, other than waiting people to come and collect us from the state. No, we can fight corruption ourselves within our local government. We have the mandate, we have the committee, and we have the legal provision that gives us power to fight corruption within our local government. Not so? So I'm saying, we've got to find time to implement a charter on corruption, because we already have a charter. We made a charter on corruption. 2, we've got to get out the Ministry of Local Government to carry out regular inspections. Mr. P.S. we used to have support supervision. What is support supervision for local government? And this supervision will take about 2
Thank you very much. I think we can do it better. That's someone commanding. Thank you. So this man is retired but not tired. I also had a number of retired, colonel, retired, major, but they are still serving, in the different capacities. So we also say, yes, he is retired as a cow, but we can use him, because he has a lot of experience, and we can learn from this experience. He just did share with you his story when he went to Gulu, where they were collecting less than 500 million. So in just about 6 months, the Gulu collected 1.4 billion. And then after, I think in the second year, they collected 1.8 billion. So he's been around and is very passionate about sustainable local revenue financing for local governments. Thank you so much, Milton Kato. He was also a member of the ULGA Executive Committee during his tenure. And we continue to appreciate him and also seek for his services wherever we need him. So ladies and gentlemen, I once again want to invite another important person to present. He comes in he wears two hats. Yeah, so while he presents, please listen to him attentively. Because even tomorrow he's representing General Salim Saleh. And the office is aware of him being here. So he will be presenting today, and then tomorrow he will also talk to us more about the strategic direction that we should be taking. And then we will interact with him more and more in our future engagements about the economics. We had also wanted to discuss economics today, but it wasn't possible to facilitate us. So ladies and gentlemen, you can now join me to welcome General Hamule to come and make a presentation on the commercial agriculture opportunities and challenges in promoting value addition, food and social security in local governments. General, you're welcome.
Today is a good day for me to at least talk to you. I've been all this time wanting to talk to you, but I didn't get a follow-up. I came from Kampala last night to talk to you. So I'm representing General Salim Saleh, whom you invited. But he found it was right for me to talk to you than him. So he greeted you. Honorable Minister, General Secretary, I was told Professor Noaga was coming here. So I talked about him, the RDC, the district chair, the COW, district speaker, mayors, town clerk, director, Plan International, director, Accord, all protocol observed. All of you, I welcome you. I want you to pay very attention because you are the one who invited us and I was delegated to come here. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to talk for General Saleh, brief. Then I will take you through agriculture, value addition. Then tomorrow, I have to listen to you again carefully. Then tomorrow I will make a remark and close. So that means I'm going to do a lot of hearing. Some of you would have seen me writing, because I want to hear what you say. And I'm going to respond. Who is General Mure? I'm a regional coordinator of Operation Now. That's why those officers are there. You could stand up and say, no, if you have come. Those officers are the ones supervising them. There are many, but they have many assignments. And they told you about their name. You look at these senior people. Because at the end of the day, where's Major Gawera? What I'm talking here, you write it down. Where's Colonel Alele? No, Colonel Silva. What is we are talking, you write. You know, as a general, we don't waste time writing. These are the people who write. You can see. Yes, a bishop is a bishop. Can't get that title. So you are very lucky to talk to me. At least to know me. I'm General Mure, Regional Coordinator of Police Organization Lao. I'm the Vice Chairman, NRM Historical, in the Greater North. Actually, Lao, Karamoja, West Nile, Mali. I'm their Vice Chair. Historical Leaders Forum. I'm not going to talk about your party. And those who are in NRM, we are the foundation of NRM. I started being in NRM in 1976. Yes. Yeah. It was a transition, but that's it. Yeah. Whether you call it pronouncer, whether you call it now, it's NRM, really transition. We have now remained four of us. One is President Museveni, the second person is General Sare, the third is General Coretta, and more you will see here. And I'm also a clan head, and we talk. We put on this big coffee. Council 8, elected. Recently, we have been in the State House at Jebe. We took Tabandangi. We are bickering here. Council institution was sorted out, but it's for your information. Because if you went back to Barara, you say, who do you meet there? What do you meet? Huh? Yes, I'm very happy to meet you here. I'm going to pass the information to you. Message. And your thing here is quite good. I wish all of you could be inside. I've seen people walking. They came for this very important meeting, and they are walking in out, and it's a very responsible people. We are relying on you, local government. If you didn't know, you are a dead root of a big tree, Uganda. Your expectation should also be high. Our expectation of local leaders and the local government, we are depending on you. I'll make a remark tomorrow, and you will wonder why I'm making such a remark. So we are relying on you more, but you are betraying us. I'm going to mention. Not all of you. There are very clear leaders here, but there are leaders here whom we put trust on you to supervise people for us. I don't know whether there's a problem supervising them. There's the issue of human resource performance. All your districts, but more prominent in the east and north and western Uganda. find civil servant, the cow. This is purely for the cow. If you know you are the cow, you have to back up. Because most of the civil servants, they go to offices late, like in Lamu, I've seen somebody working in Utuke, but sleeping there. Somebody working in Oyam is sleeping in Lira. So most of your vehicles are worn out with wear and tear, running between offices, and even causing accidents. We are even seeing most of your picking flying in local roads. I wonder where are they going? That is the supervision of the cow. So you cannot tell me you go on Monday to Tuke, you arrive in Tuke around 10. You work and you refresh yourself, you start working by 11. Now you are going for lunch. After lunch, you feel sleepy. You come and read some newspaper here and there. By 3, you are tearing back to Lira. So where do you work? This is the truth. Have evidence? We have been following. So the message is change. Yes, if you are a cow, go and do that. Another thing we have seen in local government, there's gap placement. Some of your districts, you have a gap, but you don't want to employ or recruit or push for recruitment because your son, your uncles are still in university. Who is from Apache? Who is the cow of Apache? Cow of Apache. Yes. General Secretary. Is that good for the government? It's not good. They are waiting for their daughters, their girlfriends, cousins to complete the course in Makero. They want them and then they put. So they keep on keeping this staff acting. If you see any acting, they are waiting for their relative for a job. Yes. I'm talking so that you got discuss and then become clear on your solution. Whether because there's no money, or people who are recruiting, they're not doing their job, or their hands are tied somewhere, but there's gap in local government. So there is a big problem. Extension officers. Government recruit extension officers. And they are purely under cow. You know, the village is there. To call an extension officer, to treat your cow, your animals. There's no fuel, and if got spoiled, I'm very far, I'm not coming. If you can meet the cost, and yet we put it there, you're paying them money, you're paying transport, but they're not reaching the targeted people, extension, crop, and animal. Me, I'm a farmer here. If you had a good time, I will take you to my home. Very near here. The chairman knows. I'm practicing farming, modern farming. I'll discuss it with you when I come for modern agriculture. Head of departments, cow, people for entomology, agriculture, vet, commercial office, mentioned production department, general secretary. These people are not doing enough. they are not doing enough for the government, and they are doing a disservice to the district you are running. The chairman, the cow, they are undermining you. Because you are sitting, you are very good, nice officer in Lira, and somebody is supposed to be to the cow, guiding people, they are not doing the thing. So that's the message I could say if the sort came here was going to tell you. Another thing which I wanted you to know, Operation Welfare officers belong to your districts. I'm very happy with some districts in Uganda, most districts have received them, are working with them, and continue working with them. They are doing an oversight work. Don't think Operation Welfare has ended. It's going to end when Jesus comes. So they are doing an oversight work, not only on Paris development model, see whether the nodes work in their district, and report whether you are trying to steal the money, misappropriate the money, a report infrastructure development department in your districts, a report, invite you to us. So the best is work with them. Some districts are trying to sideline Operation Welfare. We are making a very big mistake. Very big. You will burn your own finger. These are head of department, RDCs who are here. If they are holding a meeting, put the Operation Welfare there. Now, the chairman, if you are meeting in the district, these are head of department. Call them for the meeting. If you are going for monitoring and here you are asking money, involve them in the monitoring so that whatever they are reporting is like the same like what they are reporting. They are doing counter. Now I go to commercial agriculture. I'm about to complete, and tomorrow I just make a remark and close. One, 4-acre model. The 4-acre model garden, the Christian is preaching, but few people are accepting. But the day you get job in local government, prepare also to go. There's in and out. That's why it's called public office. It's a public place. People enter, people leave. If you think you're going to take long there, you may go. Again, and the cow. How do I assess the performance of this minister? Because we are relying on you. We are not going to foreign affairs. We are not going to defense ministry. We are going to local government. And you are the local government. So the cows. How do you assess the performance of our brothers here? Why don't you keep the work plan? Targets. If you are an executive officer for fishery, how many fish ponds are in Lira? How many fish ponds are fish? For one time, the president was touring those places. We are visited with frogs in fish pond. But in the record, we have 100 fish ponds. So you want to go and see. It became a problem. Even waiting to just listen to the snakes on the way. So, tell the fishery officer, how many, what is your problem? Is it fisher? Is it fingerling? Is it the feed? Is it the trading? Are you training these people how to pick the bone, inlet and outlet, and how to stock? What type of species they are going to stock? So you say to your office, no, fishery department, take crop the same. So we need a 4-acre system. Tell your people, the farmers, to go for high value crop. High value crop. Let them go for zero grazing, because the land space is not like we used to graze for 1 kilometer. But now, we should now go for zero grazing. Because of the land space intensive in a small area. That my home, I have a very small area. When I came from exile, I got all my brothers have taken the land. But the little I got, I'm doing intensive farming. If you went to my home, have coffee, some few gallons. I get about 20 million per year from the coffee. It's there. You need to visit. I'll offer. I'll even feed you there. It just 10 miles from here. Tama. Lord, go from us. Here we grow robust. It's only Zongo, Valley Elgon, Rizori that grows Arabica. But the rest of up to Barara will grow, part of Barara will grow robust. If you are from Uganda, that's how you can grow Arabica. So the rest of Uganda go for robust. That's high value crop. Then you can have poultry, you can have in that small area. Your animal, poultry, if you have the Muslim, you can do some small piggery. Forgive me those Muslims who are here. Huh? Yes. Those who have land, you can go for large scale farming. But this message is for you people. Don't think I'm boring you. This message is for you. You are about to leave us. Because you are all 80. Yes, in and out. You are going to, from here you are going to poverty. Prepare. 4-acre model. You can't go wrong. If you need to have a lot of money, but go and do a 4-acre model. I saw President Bill Clinton when I was leaving the office. He left that nice office of America and went to the farm. So, regardless you study what or you are who, the end of the day is farming. Go and start. And you, the chairman and the cow, the political wing, your district are autonomous. I was asking somebody, you are who? I'm from this district. I'm from this district. Local government. You are all autonomous. Autonomous. Can't you pass a by law to the lazy people? So that you only return the rich people. Yes, you can give them 2 years if you are not established a 4-acre model, we fire you. For us in the army, like in the UNSS army, they say you line up here. If they find you have no money in the pocket, that means you are about to commit a crime. You are about to commit a crime. Why are you having money? So if I could ask local government, my brother, How much money do you have in your pocket? I'm not going to check, but it's better you have money in your pocket every day, all the time. You have money. And if you become healthy, and if you become clever. Now, once you have money in the pocket, you become intelligent. I've been to see people who do not go to school, but they have money, they are speaking English. If we check on our mail, the tycoon, the bourgeois in Uganda, almost the same literature. But they are too rich and they speak English. But you, with our smartness, we are dying in poverty. So, please, go and start at 4-acre model. And I'm saying that thing to you. Let it become clear in our real Sudan. You know what he's saying? We should fire poor people in the local government who are known for acre model. Because once they have a 4-acre model, you're a rich man. This is the truth. I was from Kasese here. Kasese? Yes. I went to your place and I picked Onja. I planted in Lira 2 acres. I'm the one feeding them here with Onja. A bunch is 60,000. One bunch from your place. Hotels are asking me, give me 10, give me 5. So, Chairman, Speaker, the day you fire you in the local government, don't be a criminal. Yes, I'm telling the truth. And that's one. 2, that's by law. 2, the cow again. In a local government like in Apache, Dokolo, Oya, the civil servants who are in those districts, they are about between 900 to 2,000 civil servants in those districts, in your district. People whom you give money. Let's give away the poor guys there. Those who are going to pay road. Per district, you are between 1,000, 1,200 to 1,400 civil servants per district. Tell those civil servants to go for a 4-acre model in your district. Now we are dying of poverty. We are dying of poverty. You are sleeping. Wake up. You are the one sleeping. Fumba Mutwe. This brigade of ours, give it work. Go the cow. Sit in your parliament there. Council meeting. Discussing what? Can you discuss development? Can you discuss bringing money to people? Point over, sit down. What? Then you go and check allowance. This is wasting our time. You know, I'm not abusing you. I've taken time to pull the file of the debate of the local council. It's almost empty. It's almost. Go and say, let's pass it by law with the cow. And a civil servant, we are going to give you 2 years. The time we are going for election, we shall go and monitor. You asking money for monitoring. Apart from monitoring PM, we shall also monitor you where you are guarded. Incidentally, you have pro nepotism in employment. If you find, if I went to Kayonga, I'll just get people from Kayonga in the offices. If I went to the office of Lira here, or the Lao, here like Kopama. Yes. That one also compromises work, because you cannot discipline a muko, the girlfriend, the uncle. It's very difficult. We cultural leaders, you cannot abuse your uncle, but you are the boss. So let's put them to work. Oppression, wealth creation. Somebody asked me, oppression, wealth creation. Are we now rich? 5 years on the road, we are very poor. Because you have failed to understand how to get money. I guess some people going to Kampala, they are going to look for employment. They sell the land here, they go back, pick in Kampala, they pick stolen, the land is gone. It's true you, the council leaders, Chairman 5, you are the political leaders. Why don't you debate about land fragmentation? These are very pertinent issues in Uganda. But you are debating, you are debating, you are discussing things that does not help us completely. So, we have Commerce Group, we have PMW circles. Those are units of production for you. We have model farmers, we have civil servants, we have religious leaders, we have the cultural institutions. The same thing I'm doing when I'm in the cultural meeting of Lama. They have, I will talk. We have about 170 clan heads in Lama, for your information. So we are turning this cultural institution for production, not to practice witchcraft, dancing naked, that the woman has failed to produce, but put money in their pocket. So we are involving cultural institutions in production. You, the political wing, also involve the civil servant and councillor, the honorable councillor. If you don't put the word honorable, it's a problem. Tell these honorable people to go for money. So take that line. We also in council institution taking them. Wherever the clan leader, because we have the clan head and their structures. I've not stopped there. I've gone to bishops of the Catholic, one-on-one, of the Protestant, the Pentecostals, and Islam. Put your followers to a 4-acre model. I told them, by the way, that's why even in some churches, you find them discussing politics. Reverend Emero, I've seen a reverend there. Reverend Carter there, yes. You're a lecturer in Lira University. He retired. With the whole knowledge, should be remaining teaching. I'm aware, but she also won't teach. He's a very good person there. Huh? So we are involving all those institutions 4-acre model. The time you live here, the chairman was telling you, don't go to Itajok Lane, don't go here. Remember Itajok Lane, but go and sleep dreaming. 4-acre model. 4-acre model. 4-acre model. The general task me 4-acre model for cultural institutions. 4-acre model for civil servant. 4-acre model for councillors. I'm about to complete. Then I wait tomorrow after listening to you and I make a remark and greet our people. Now, There's we are talking about value addition. I was read from your reports, value addition, but all your report, local government is talking value addition. But you are failing to know that value addition cannot take on completely because something is lacking. You go and make that 4-acre model. There will be a bank harvest. Then that bank harvest will make a raw material for our factory. And value addition, there's no raw material. Don't think that there's something lacking. It's not complete. After the report I read all. I've been in the president's office for the past 26 years. So I know all of you in the paper. Value addition cannot be made because we are lacking raw material. But if you all produce, we shall have factories. But again, the factories, local government side and the political side. Get land for industrial site in your area. Otherwise, you're going to cover Kampala with industry. Your district is empty. I'd like someone to talk something about Karamoja. Why should you put a factory for oil? A big factory for oil in Kampala. Yet the oil seeds are grown in northern Uganda. The politician, ULGA, what we are producing, let it be made there to the finished product. If you're in West Nile, for those who smoke, tobacco factories will be put what? In West Nile. Potentials are here. Sit with your council members. What do we have in Lira? You are going to identify. If you don't know, go to Ministry of Surveyor, Geology. They will tell you what you have in your district. Then you can put for investors in this way. Chairman, I want to thank the chairman of Lira. He has left. I came to him with my team, Uganda Investment Authority. He gave us 400 acres. 400 acres in Ngata Road. So now we are looking for investors to come in. Some of you are here, they want to run to Parliament. Start from your district, then we shall qualify you. Yes. But if you are running from a district who is very poor, we can decampaign you. This is a man who failed us. Yes. The right to go to our office on there. A small district, you fail to manage, then how can you manage Uganda? I'm not discouraging you, but go and do something for our people there. Please. Go and do something for your district. You may be running because of money. Just that one person. But you are chairman of the whole district. That's a very big job. And you are playing with it. You are not serious. Chairman district. Chairman district and you are sleeping. It's a problem. We cannot accept that. If you became a chairman because of a political position, you shall look for a better person. Go and perform. And for the delegated officers, the cows, the few things I've told you, go and correct it. You find local government. There are many programs you have done in your district. They have built stores, they have put grinding mill, built cooler, mention it. Those small scale. But a good number in northern Uganda is abandoned. And you keep on asking, I've not come with a list, but you know, in some places, government built Kaif, built big stores. You are from Kulu, yes, you are from Kulu. And some places in Namibia. Those stores became a dancing hall. Dancing hall. I have the photos. Even where people are dancing. Those bags, where they put bags and bags, they are burning it to prepare hot water from Aroa. Can you imagine? Local government is there. There's chairman 5. There's chairman 3, there's a sub-county chief, there's a parish chief. Network is very good. Where are you? That's what government is asking. Local government. Don't be a local person. That's a title. Local government, wake up. What government is not doing, what is going to come in the solution, we shall take it up and improve on. But do your work. Food security. As I said, there were people lying here. Discussion was going on, the presentation were going on. I saw some senior people running for bread outside. If you ask them what we discussed when they had gone for child, they don't know. Now what brought you here? Yes. To admire Lira, you see the jail. You see it and this is what we are saying here. That food is for you. You cannot starve. If the sugar level is getting bad, not all of you can have a sugar level problem. Some few. Chairman, can you have sugar level all the time? So I was requesting, let's stay and tell all this until tomorrow. We go out with something. This is my first time to be in your meeting. I'm not even a member. I'm from the central government. But they told me, you go and listen. I'm going to listen. And then I tell you my remarks, and then close. What I've not yet covered here will come in my what? In my remarks. Thank you for being a good student. Thank you so much. That is how the clan talks. Authoritative, and the general. Yes. That's how we operate. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That's General Omure Gospel right there. So there is a lot that we need to do. I think we can do better. Let's do another round of applause. Asante sana. So me, I am happy that when you talk to General Omure, you talked to those big powers. So, and like he told you, he's one of those first people that held the gun. So you understand what that means. So, under General, we will organize, come and visit your farm. We will come and visit your farm and learn more about the 4-acre model, learn more about some of these programs. These local government leaders have always told me, sometimes these people, they talk about philosophies that do not work. So we want to come and see. And say, for someone that does not have 4 acres, what is the alternative? You know, because when you read the Mobilization, it clearly provides a bit of a guidance on how much land you need to feed a cow, one cow. So if you have a 50 by 100 plot and you planted the napiers, you are able to feed your cow, one cow, throughout the year. So if you have an acre, you are able to feed 8 cows. And so we want to come and learn. How are you doing this? You know, have you been able, looking at the 4-acre model, you know, how do you manage? And we have seen some good progress coming through, but the local government leaders need to have that experience practically. And we want to thank you. So, without wasting more time, I want to invite Mr. Emma to come and make a presentation on the CAIP projects. Generally, you posed the question on the CAIP. I have the Assistant Commissioner here to come and talk to us about how do we make these CAIP investments work again. So you're welcome, Ndogo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. The President of ULGA, the entire team, our host district, political and technical leadership here, our local government fraternity. We have representatives from different districts at different levels. I recognize you. Colleagues from the Ministry of Government, the government partners present, General Muli and your OWC team present, other MDs present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Mohamisi. I work as an Assistant Commissioner of Economic Development. I'm speaking after my senior colleague government has spoken and just spoken on the issue I'm here to talk about. So I do not know whether I have newer things to talk about after he has ably delivered the message I thought I would deliver here. I come from the Ministry of Local Government and I have here senior colleagues, but I want to ask them that they allow me to relay warm greetings from my permanent secretary who assigned me to come and speak to the issue of CAIP. So he sends his regards and appreciates what you do and appreciates what ULGA has been able to do in the period that we are covering, that we just covered. When my accounting officer called me yesterday and told me to come and speak about CAIP projects, I posed some questions to him. And I'm going to maybe make this observation very clear. Because we are here to talk about making CAIP projects work, current status and plans to activate the facilities. So I asked him, should we be the right people to speak about them, which should be local governments where these facilities have been, who have had the responsibility of taking care of them, to make sure that they function and function serve the purposes for which they are put in place. So my accounting officer said you're part of local government, and therefore we have a role to play, ensuring that the local governments at that level deliver. So go and speak to what you have been speaking to them and agree on the newer roadmap in case we have roadblocks or issues that are irritating against this program. So it is in that context that I come here to talk about. The subject I'm going to talk about today is not a new subject. It is a matter that has been before us. It is a matter that we should have handled very carefully on account of us being a core people managing our economies, of course under the framework of decentralization. So Mr. President, ULGA has had a very big responsibility, and therefore if there are any shortfalls, it means all of us are responsible. And it means you had successes, but it will also mean that to some extent we've not done played our role very well. And what does this mean? It means that CAIP 1, 2, 3, because the subject was defined as KAIP, but there are many improvement infrastructures that have been deployed in our different local governments. And where we have had a role to ensure that they remain stable, they function and serve those purposes. But have we lived to that? So I want to get into because we do not have time, to the nitty-gritty of what we know as a ministry. Of course, we know what we know. We know it because we have local government structures that were put in place by the decentralization policy. And as I speak to these facilities, I want to speak to the issue of economic decentralization. Have we done that very well? I know we have offered, we have administered these places, of course touching a number of aspects, to do with health, to do with education, to do with road infrastructure and many other. But where are we in terms of the facilities that were put in place to add value to whatever we produce? First of all, help us produce, add value to what we produce, see that people earn more money, and therefore, at the end of the day, we speak to the issue of addressing poverty, we speak to the issue of having an active economy, we speak to the issues of having local governments where there are resources that can speak to service delivery. So it is in this context that I'm going to talk about. So the information I'm going to share originates from the local governments. I'm happy we have a very rich presence here, comprising of the accounting officers, commercial administrative officers. We have the political leaders who are responsible for governance of these areas. In addition to the accounting officers, I have heard that there are other technical officers right there from the district up to the sub-county, where many of these facilities were deployed when KAIP 1, 2, 3 were worked on. So the information I'm going to use, I'm basing on, arises from the reports you have shared with us, arises from even where we've been able to reach in terms of monitoring, see ourselves, assess the situation and the issues therein. So today, Mr. President, KAIP 1 and 2, 3, as 3 projects were implemented. It's been years now, spanning between 10 to 12 years. And these facilities have been local governments. The goal of this project was to contribute to poverty eradication and economic growth through enhanced commercialization of agriculture. And there were interventions around these projects. One of them were around rural infrastructure improvement, where we have had agro-processing facilities and markets around those areas. The other ones were, of course, the other one was enhancing market access, where we had community access roads rehabilitated or new ones put in those areas. As I speak today, can I move to the next slide? As I speak today, speaking on the agricultural processing facilities, we have 279 of them, and KAIP 1 and 2, 3 were put in different local governments all over the country. I'm going to summarize that because I don't go into the details of the districts. And out of 279, 152 were maize mills put in place to support our communities who produce maize, add value, and achieve what I've already talked about. Around 50 milk coolers were also deployed in different local governments, add value to the milk. Around 49 were coffee hallers, meant to support the coffee chain, and 28 of them rice hallers. In this discussion, I'm going to narrow on KAIP, but as we stand here today, as we attend this important meeting with Lira, not only KAIP has done work, we have had SCTP, there are many other projects coming from different ministries that have put in place different value addition facilities. Of course, looking at the entire spectrum of our commodity value chain, and all those also are solid in our hands. So we should not be narrowing ourselves on KAIP, but we should be looking at the entire road infrastructure deployed in our area. Under KAIP 1, we had the community access roads of 4,384.3 kilometers deployed in different local governments. KAIP 2, we had 3,986.9 kilometers community access roads. KAIP 3, we had 2,920.7 kilometers deployed, and the total being 11,871.9 kilometers. Now these roads were meant to help us connect, help us transport, evacuate whatever we produce along those commodities from those remote areas to centers where we had these facilities. Secondly, they were also supposed to aid other purposes. Now, as I speak today, from the time we deploy these facilities, this is what we see as impact. And as I said, this arises from the information you shared with us, but also from what we have been able to move in and see. As I speak now, because of the impact of the 3 projects, we see volume of our plant production increased by 15%. We had a baseline of 7.8 that time. So we are now having production increased by 15% to 72.8%. We see reduction in post-harvest losses by 7.06. But remember, our target should have been, if we did very well, between 50 and 100, but we are seeing around 7%. We are seeing an increase in farm gate prices by 22%. Increased crop production along the completed roads. When you move to many of these communities, you see communities again that is in production. We are seeing emergence of new and more permanent structures and movements. At 1% reduction in travel time. Maybe I should have talked about that before. We are seeing improved access to social services. Of course, where roads were opened, access to health facilities has been improved, markets, and many other that. However, as I speak today, what should be worrying us is the operational status of these facilities. My senior colleague, General Mule, has already indicated to you that even in this region where he supervises, he finds it a little bit worrying because many of the infrastructure is lying idle. And therefore it means that we are not able to do or address the issues we intended to address using this project. So that one should be a worry. As I speak, in line with the information that we've been able to gather from you, today we are speaking about 69% efficiency level. But I want also to put a disclaimer that even where we are talking about 69%, we could have 50% operation. It is possible. And we are talking about an operational facilities being at a percentage of 31%. 69 functional. 31 and functional. And what does that mean? It means the issues we must resolve. Now I'm going to speak to the issues we see being behind the current state of machines, facilities of this nature we have. The analysis we have made based on information shared by you, but also on the monitoring activities done around areas we've been able to cover. Between 2020 to date, these are the issues we see. We are seeing some facilities have suffered mechanical breakdowns, either because of the time spent, issues of tear and wear, or because they've been mismanaged. Because if you're managing a facility, there should be repairs done at some point. There should be servicing. We are seeing some facilities not working because they are not connected to the grid. So now we should be asking ourselves, all this time, what have we been doing? Was it a challenge? Was it on our own? Was it not? Was it a responsibility of somebody else? etc. We are also seeing issues of vandalism of some facilities, either under our direct management, because we are responsible either assigning them to cooperatives in those areas or private operators, but of course ensuring that they are supervised, they are monitored, and where the issues are managed to date. We are also seeing some not working because of lack of commodities in those areas. Maybe if we, for example, assign a coffee harder, people have moved to Mason, and therefore have a coffee harder which is not working. So what were we supposed to do to address that? We also see some facilities not working because some private operators or cooperatives we assigned to them have abandoned them, and many other of that. We also see issues of private operators abandoning them because of high electricity bills. Now, if you recall very well, maybe let me say this after I've spoken to this. In a general way, there are broader issues that I have pointed out here that explain and functionality. One of them allow connectivity to three-phase power. Many of them, when they are deployed, they are using normal power or they are assigned generators random. But of course, along the way, some could not work because they needed stronger electricity in form of FLTD. Around production of some facilities, depreciation, I have talked about it, production issues arising out of subsistence farming, price fluctuations, and climate change. General Mura has been talking about 4-acre model, where we need to move in and do intensive farming. Maybe if we adapted a 4-acre model, it would help us address issues of supply gaps. Depreciation of APFs in equipment, in some places warranting machine spare parts, replacement. And we are also seeing issues of gaps in knowledge and skills relating to locality economic development in terms of managing economic infrastructure, development infrastructure. We are seeing in many local governments issues on non-adherence to the provided operational maintenance guidelines. If you recall very well, when we are deploying and installing these facilities, the ministry issued what we call operational and management guidelines that had prescribed the roles of a district, the role of a sub-county where a facility is assigned, the role of a cooperative in case it is a cooperative that has been assigned, and the role of the private sector, issues of monitoring, issues of supervision, issues of servicing, and many others. We are seeing in many local governments, we have facilities now down that are not working at all, either semi or complete shutdown, because to some extent there was no adherence to these guidelines. But we're also seeing some areas, limited supervision and monitoring, I talked about that. Some areas, of course, generators have been have failed because of high fuel costs, and therefore discouraging private operators to continue operations of these facilities. Arising of the analysis the ministry has done, to date, this is what we will try to do as a ministry. Of course, working with you. Intensified monitoring inspection function around renewable infrastructure. I'm sure many of you are here, you know very well that in the last 4 years, I think our movement in terms of inspection, to look at markets, to look at roads, to look at agricultural processing facilities has heightened. And why? Because we are trying to cure the gaps we are seeing, explaining the performance of these facilities. As I speak to date, arising out of these interventions, we've been able to reactivate 27 out of 86 non-functional APFs. This number is not static, because as I speak today, yesterday, some local government would have addressed some of the gaps to find the facility working. Or yesterday, one of the APFs would have been abandoned, and therefore the number is subject to change. And many of the 27 out of 86, we have been able to help kickstart. Many of them had issues around management, around abandonment by operators. Many of them failing to meet agreed fees with the local governments, and some having small mechanical issues. I was in the Captura the other day. I don't know whether there is a team from Captura here. We have any people from Captura? Mr. President, General Amula and your team, I want to recognize the Captura district today before you for the intervention they have taken in addressing the challenges around middle coolers in Kapsinda and Kaptania. There is some progress made. As a ministry, we have also gone ahead and restructured and created what we call local economic development and investment committees at every local government as a way of reawakening and strengthening issues of economic governance, arising out of the issues we've seen relating to either mismanagement or failure to manage or failure to follow up on the functionality of some of these facilities. We categorically came out and said we must reawaken ourselves. We must establish an economic think tank at every local government level. Because General Amure in his presentation, he said, what is that is usually discussed by councils? Why can't we come up with bylaws that speak to the issues that affect our economy? Where I come from, we had a habit where people would move their animals all over the place. Even when we have FMD, same thing. And therefore, the level of escalating the disease went to levels we could not managed and the effects are being corrosive. Now, if we are in an economy or an environment where we have the responsibility to manage that locality economy, why shouldn't we put in place laws or frameworks of that nature that can deter or mitigate the bad effects that arises out of the devices our people commit? So this is what the ministry has been able to do. And the other one, of course, as I said, the issues relate to energy, relate to production, relate to management, and many other. We have come in as a ministry to mobilize all the relevant MDS on this matter. Because you know the MDS that are responsible for production, extension system, that are supposed to support you. You know the MDS that are responsible for energy and that. Where we have had a communication regarding electricity being the problem in your area, we are communicating this. However, this requires continuous effort, and we're moving in that direction. Now, what needs to be done, looking at your paper, of course, because that is how you paraphrase the subject I'm supposed to talk about. Of course, the issues of addressing energy issues, the responsible entities energy, we have approached them and engaged them. But this is a continuous process, because the budgets and the plans. But the other one is, even when we have generators should be able to help us in the meantime. But who is running them? Who is managing the facility? Who has assigned? Under what circumstances were this person assigned? And if there are any breaches, what are we doing as local governments responsible for these entities? And that speaks to the accounting officers, it speaks to your production, your commercial desks, and the sub-counties or town councils where these facilities are deployed. Because we should be asking ourselves periodically, what impact are these facilities creating? How are they being run? Are there any breaches? If there are any breaches, how are we addressing them? And therefore, the discussion should be live and continuous. So the other thing is that in areas where there has been limited production of commodities affecting optimal functionality of APFs, we need to stimulate production. How? He was already given an idea about the 4-acre model, but we should have provided economies as people responsible for these economies to understand what we need, what is our competitiveness, what the advantages do we have. We have facilities of coffee and the maize and milk. Why can't we prioritize those so that we use these facilities to add value and address the bottlenecks the machines were intended to do? Of course, we've also agreed that instead of having them, if you have analyzed and realized that the communities in your area cannot go back to coffee, why should you stay with a coffee facility? Why can't we locate it to another area where we have coffee? Of course, we've been some areas where there is resistance, but of courst the resistance arises out of our incapacity to mobilize people and make them understand our economy and the interest, the purpose for which these facilities were put in place. So issues of community mobilization and mindset change, issues of mobilizing people to understand the essence of these facilities is very important. And therefore, that means that offices or structures within your localities that are responsible for this should be put to task. The other is, of course, around the same area where boosting of production is the solution. Yes, I talked about that, location of facilities. The other is the strengthening management of revolving infrastructure in your areas. We have in areas where, for example, machines, because of tear and wear, have gone down. When you check most of your plans and budgets, issues of that nature are not reflected there. So are we planning for economies? Now in this meeting, I want to read an idea using an acronym police. Police is not the usual police. I remember when I was at Makere, we used to fight and quarrel with police. We had a very good song, police are murderers, we'll never forget you. But this time, we have to apply it in a very correct way. What is our responsibility as local governments? As political leaders, as technical people, we must police our environment. And when I talk about police, it means you must plan. And for you to plan, you must have analyzed and profiled your economy to understand it. To have the issues, to have the key priority interventions lined up. We must organize our people. I remember when we were writing PDM, organization was one of the principles. So to what extent have we moved in that direction? We must offer leadership. We shouldn't be at the fore. The general was asking how many of us have the 4-acre model? How many of us are in production? because we should be acting, leading by example, and that means leadership. The other is influence. We must influence people. We cannot have 10 coffee houses in an area and people move to cocoa or any other. Can there be ways through which you can influence them to produce cocoa so that our facilities are working? The other is control, that is C. And the last one is evaluation. How much evaluation are we doing in terms of road infrastructure? Are we following up? Are we tasking the departments responsible? Well, we are having issues around the extension system. We have officers deployed at every level. How often do we hold them accountable in terms of how much they have delivered, how much of the challenges they have, and where they have failed, and what actions are we taking as responsible people in these entities? Of course, my colleague from Uganda Cooperative Alliance spoke about cooperatives. I remember in the management and operation guidance for these facilities, we had two management options. One was assigning these facilities to cooperative societies in those areas, and the other one was bringing on the private sector via private operators to run them. But of course, accounting to us as responsible entities in this area. Now, where we have had cooperatives fail, we must be asking ourselves, is the person responsible for development and sustainability of the activities of cooperatives doing his work? If there are issues, what could be the issues? What are the bottlenecks, and how are we solving them? And this speaks to the issue of how much business development services are we delivering? Because we cannot be talking about commercialization of agriculture when people are supposed to mobilize and skill people in these areas, or who are supposed to move in and offer extension services in terms of veterinary, in terms of crop, and not doing their work. And therefore, we should be asking ourselves, where we have had facilities abandoned by cooperative societies, what was the problem? The private sector better than cooperatives that you have molded, evolved, and supported to manage some of these infrastructures. So these are very key issues that we need to interrogate. The other is, of course, serious engagement with the private sector. Moving around local governments, if you ask the question, how many of you convene structured public-private dialogues, most especially on topical issues like agricultural processing facilities that have now created problems, that are becoming a menace because of their non-functionality? Do we have a structured way of engaging private sector? Because I understand, Mr. President, that some facilities apparently are not working because the private people who were hired to run them ended up vandalizing them to go and create or start their own facilities just in the neighboring communities. And the other one, they have not conformed to paying the dues that the guidelines prescribed. So, how often we convene such engagements to discuss matters of this nature with a view of resolving them. The other, of course, is where, for example, machines have completely been run down because of time where we need new investments. And these are supposed to be, of course, subjected to mechanical technical assessment so that we have a clear way. And this is possible because as I speak now, actually before PDM came on board, we had a program called agro-industrialization that is meant to clear some of these facilities. But how many of us have planned, budgeted for the same in all these opportunities? We now have PDM where we have a pillar on production, processing, and value addition. How many of us within the framework of PDM have brought the issues of APFs to this form? I think this is something that we must interrogate and think about. The other, of course, is getting up monitoring and evaluation. Don't deploy facilities to a sub-county training, say, a town council and leave them there. Because at the end of the day, you're in charge of the economy. If you're a chief administrative officer, if you're an LC5 chairperson, you are responsible. You are not just here to do political work. Because you cannot manage and lead poor people. The facilities were put in place to address poverty. So the other is, of course, touching base with line issues. If there are issues of production, what's the work of my youth in this country? How much are we doing that? If it's energy, we raise the issues. Let us not have these facilities. You start with power, and there is no communication, there is no discussion about it, and we're just there in the comfortable zone. I have talked about trade. We have had issues of price fluctuations. We have had issues of markets, and even in our respective local governments, we have departments responsible for these mandates. So how much are they doing about the issues? And this is what I thought needs to be done. Of course, our colleagues from the development partners are here to support us, but can they support us unless we put in things to bring them to their attention? So the era of laxity, the era of abandoning responsibility, and the era of living in communities marked with poverty should end. And they can only end if we play our role. I want to end my submission here by thanking you very much.
Asante sana. And thank you so much, Emma. I think now we have a picture of the KAIP project. 31% non-functional, about 69 is good. So that speaks to something. And what about the remaining 31%? I believe we can do better. Some of them just miss a few tools. So I will now invite our last presenter on a PDM. So our last presenter on a PDM, Mr. Robert Sendegea. Please come. We have this presentation, and then I will close. But before we do that, I have been told leaders from the west, from the east, from Karamoja, from West Nile, do not be afraid. The Vice President Northern will whisper to you immediately after we close the session. So there is a special arrangement for you. I thought I would make that announcement clear. So, Mr. Robert, you're welcome to come and talk to us about the PDM, where we are, what are the achievements, where are the challenges.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Sendegea. I work with the Ministry of Local Government, the PDM Secretariat, and I'm here to make a presentation as requested. You will forgive me, I usually have issues with the protocol, so I want to agree with the protocol that was set. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. They asked me to give a status report on how far we have gone. I'm not going to talk about the background of the policy issues, all those other long details, how PDM started. I'm just going to talk about a brief background, very short on one side, the achievements, challenges, proposed forward, and how we will take place. As you are aware, it was launched on 26th February in the Bukit sub-region, and it is the last mile strategy for improving household incomes and welfare among family and household welfare towards socio-economic transformation. The major aspect here that the President has been talking about is socio-economic transformation. And we believe that my colleagues have talked about all other programs that are aimed at that. And this one is being looked at as the last mile strategy because it goes up to the parish. This is where all the involvement is going to take place. It is a whole government approach, but we also look at leveraging non-state actors. Then it is implemented, it is three-phased manner. The first phase took place between 2011, 2021, 22, and up to 2022, 23, 2 years. And basically we were establishing, organizing communities, like Emma talked about, forming, identifying households, organizing them into enterprise groups, forming circles, actualizing price movement committees, having focal persons and semi-secretariats at local governments to run PDM. Then you go up, you have working groups between different FDAs, coordinated by national secretariat, and then having a national policy committee. Those are the different structures that have been formed. But also after forming these circles, 10,594 circles have been formed, one in each parish, and all these have been capitalized with up to 157 million so far. It should be 217 as end of last financial year, which ended last week. But so far we have all circles have received up to the highest receiving 157 million. So the next stage after all, I'm not going to go through all the recruitment of parish chiefs. All these things were done, establishing PDM. And then the second stage that we are in right now, starting from last financial year, was stabilizing. Because there are many challenges, including operating poor data, incomplete, registering wrong households. All these things, all the challenges you are talking about are now being addressed now. You get to see how we are doing it. Then, then the last stage, the last stage will be acceleration, where government will now have built enough capacity, that will be 26 going forward, enough capacity in these circles. They will be acting as village banks, which can be able to run by themselves, and the capitalization by stock, because at that time we believe circles will be strong enough to run themselves. There are a lot of details that are going to be done, unless the policy changes, but this is how we are moving. Next. To date, let me go directly to the achievements. Number one, PPM has been recognized as the best homemade program. Actually, next week, the national coordinator was invited to go and speak PPM in UN SDGs conference. So that is a very, very big achievement that we have developed our own concept and is being recognized internationally. Like I said, we have done community mobilization. Every village in Uganda has heard at least about PDM. Next. PDM circles have been formed, like I said, in 1,594 circles. Just in 1 year, it's not a big achievement. To form them, have leadership, and they do whatever they are doing. There are challenges, yes, but at least even forming them, and they are functional, registered in the Register of Cooperatives, they have bank accounts, membership. It's a very, very, very big success. Then training and capacity building has been done, and strengthening the capacity of beneficiaries. At least the beneficiaries that we have, who are, I'll give you a figure, as at end of June, about 1.16 million beneficiaries. In the way someone went through training about PDM, about the what do you want to do? I want to do poultry. For you to break even, you need at least 100 birds. You see, when you are doing Chiba, if you give someone 50 birds, extension workers know. Yes, you can rear them and they increase. But for you to make profit, you need a threshold that starting from this point, it is when you can look at a business, not a hobby. So people have gone through some basic training. And then development and deployment of PDMIS and its subsystem. PDMIS is a community information system that profiles a beneficiary, profiling meaning your name, members of the household, what you own, but that system has a number of modules. One is the registration, that's the one that profiles. Then the second one is FIS. FIS is financial inclusion system. That if you integrate FIS in the registration system, it is able to pull out the correct beneficiary. There are challenges, like I said, of correcting incomplete data. So we had that's when you have the problem of the system doesn't work. It is bringing people who are who are rich and putting away poor people because you gave us, people who are collecting data gave us wrong information, including the beneficiaries themselves, lying about themselves. But like I said, we are in stabilization state. We are trying to capture the correct data and have the right information in the system. But the system has been deployed, tested and deployed. And then capitalization, I talked about it, up to we are supposed to be giving 100 million every financial year. But this financial year just ended and we are given 150 so far since we started capitalizing, but should be 217 million, the maximum. Next. Selected beneficiary. Now, the one I was talking about is capitalization, the sample. But even now, even the beneficiaries themselves, members of those samples, have also received money. And up to a total of, we give one household, each household is supposed to receive 1 million. But our president has mentioned that there are some households that receive less than 1 million. When we were starting implementation of PDM, there was a guideline that, let me even answer that. There was a guideline that people should carry out a chibaro. They should do a simple business calculation and say, I have this size of land, I want to do tomatoes. I will need this amount of medicine, I'll need seedlings, I'll need this labor. When you add up, it totals to, let's say, 700,000 up to the time of harvest. If I harvest 5 times in a year, it means I will have collected, let's say, 2.5 million. So if I relate it with the cost, I have a profit of this. But if you do the chibaro, you find that the amount you have invested in is higher than what you will harvest. So that one is not a business, you cancel it, do another. Are we together? So, the people who have managed to get money through and undergone those trainings are 1,165 households. Each household, then a directive came. The reason why the directive came was saying now it is 1 million was because people were abusing it. They would come, they train you, do your chibaro says you need 700. Then the person who is training says, you see, you are entitled to receive up to 1 million. What do? You receive 1 million. Then this other 300 will share because you are entitled to it. So as a measure of stopping that, they put a cap and said, let everyone receive 1 million. If someone is doing a chibaro of less than 1 million, extension workers, please support them to have a calculation that goes to up to 1 million. Are we together? Yes, there is a challenge of the other top-up, but the Ministry of Finance has promised the top-up will come. But in the meantime, let's work within that context. So it was not a changing guideline, it was a clarification. Are we together? So far, the money that has been released to samples, you see, you realize it is lower. Go back a bit. The money that is released is 1.1 trillion. If you can change it by 1 million, the money is lower than the households that have benefited because there are those who received less than 1 million. Are we together? Now, that is in terms of the information we have. I don't know why we are supposed to have information for the others because the special groups are in 4 categories. There's youth, women, PWDs. But in the youth, there are also men and women. So if you aggregate it, female to male, about 68% of the beneficiaries are female. Because the female receive in the category of women, they receive in the category of youth, they also receive in the category of people with disabilities, and also in elderly. So women are benefiting from PDM than other categories. To me, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I think it is a good thing for money to be received by the woman in the household than the man. Because at least the woman, you are 100% sure that this woman will invest it in an enterprise she has asked for. But you cannot be 100% sure that a man will put all the money in the enterprise. Do we agree? There are obvious reasons. Next. These are the top 4 households, rather enterprises. The other ones are also there, but the ones that are performing high are poultry, that is across the country. Piggery is the highest, then poultry, coffee, and then dairy, then others follow. We have also started seeing private people being interested in PDM in terms of supplying inputs, but also acting as off-takers, buying from the farmers, but we also have others, which is a good thing, connecting farmers to markets. Then we have also had the Prime Minister and her carrying out a lot of mobilization in the agricultural shows where they were exhibiting farmers who are performing well. They are bringing suppliers, they are bringing off-takers and consumers. It happened in Masaka, and it is still ongoing. And it is a good achievement when you have the Prime Minister also committed to mobilizing for PTM. Next. The Secretariat has done, there are some success stories. If you have been watching UPC, we are running success stories where we deliberately go to a household, you let someone explain, other than the continuous negativity that goes on. You would think that there is nothing positive that has happened. So you let someone talk. What did you receive? How did you? What did you have? And they are there. Those who are achieving this and other media houses are going to be engaged, including radio stations that are affiliated to UBC. They are going to start, but UBC currently the one that is running. The digital system, the PDM system, and dashboard have been developed to leverage the technology. Now, have you heard about Wendy? Wendy, people are thinking it's a new account. Let me take this opportunity in general to explain what Wendy is, because not all of us might be knowing. Now, when a household is prepared, the trainings, registration, application process, there is FIS, financial inclusion, is the one that pays using the system. In other words, you put in someone's name in the FIS, then it pulls the details of the person in the registration module. So that if you put a wrong name, you'll find that person is not profiled. The reason is you should pay someone who is profiled. By profiling, it means you can trace, because they have one unique identifier, which is the name. You can only have one name in Uganda. Now, after the process has happened, because we don't want the president to complain, the prime minister complain, the vice president complain, where people were going, you must have seen it in your areas. Are you still in Chibuku? Where people were living in Chibuku to go and open a bank account in Bali. And because there were many people, it is not a guarantee that the day you go to open a bank account, you will have the account. So someone will be forced to go back. Take 2 days to open an account, money is sent to your account, then you go back to go and withdraw. You're lining up, you spend like 3 days, spend like 800, like 200 against your Chihuahua. So some people are not trained, but it is demand-driven. Accounting officers who are here, please you invite the banks that are participating. There is the Post Bank, there is Housing Finance, there is Pride Microfinance, now Centenary Bank, Stanbic and Opportunity are also joining, and And the other bit about will is that you don't need to be at the bank. The chairperson, after all the processes are done of approving someone, the chairperson, who is the account runner of the circle, the chairperson, the secretary, and three of them, initiates on your phone, when it is capability, initiate to pay Richard. Then the secretary receives a notification that Richard is going to be paid. Then he knows he's a member and is eligible. He confirms. Then the treasurer also receives another notification and also clicks. Then the money goes to Richard. And 3 or 4, 5 members of the group who are outside that also receive the corresponding message and achievements. We also have challenges. Some of them have been mentioned here, and we are aware of them. And they are the ones we are working on. Number 1, it was pointed out by His Excellency. If they had distorted, even if they had solicited the money, and then refunded, they should also be dismissed. There's that letter. That is how bad it is. Please, you tell your friends. You tell your friends. The Baganda say, you're not going to be calling. Naye. Do everything, but you fear PDM money. Then number 2, that has also had intelligence that people, some circle leaders, remove and put their friends or even family members. The Minister of Local Government has been directed to take disciplinary measures and prosecute those people who are doing that. Those are two that I can talk about in terms of touching. Because 1 million cannot go to one person once. It cannot. You cannot send from the circle less than 1 million, and you cannot send more than 1 million. So once the 1 million goes on the circle leader's account, and then the next phase wants to pay another beneficiary, circle leaders are making a mistake of withdrawing from their personal account to send to, but it cannot go. So then that's why you find, you see there are errors when this is refusing to send money, yet are eligible, yet they are supposed to withdraw the money from the circle account, not the individual account. So all these are learning processes and they take a bit longer for people to comprehend. But it's a matter of time. Just when someone does it 3 or 4 times, it becomes easy. Then parish chiefs have continued to complain that they lack gadgets that are aimed at capturing, analyzing, reporting, store data. Yes, it's true, but there was a commitment by the Minister of ICT and UBOS that the gadgets that were used in census shall be transferred to the parish, some of them, because the gadgets were more than the number, there were more than 177. But there were more than 10,594. So those are going to be sent and UBOS is just trying to get out their data, clean, and then some apps will be installed and then sent to parish chiefs to help them do that work. There are parish chiefs who did not receive their allowance, 100,000. Yes, they were there, but by end of financial year, all those, the reason is because they had sent wrong details. For example, people were sending their employer numbers instead of their supplier numbers. You understand? So when FMIS is going to pay, it does not recognize an employer number. It recognizes a supplier number. But those who are cleared by end of financial year and have not seen anyone complain. If there's anyone complaining, then they inform the accounting officer to communicate to the Ministry of Finance. Bicycles have not yet been purchased, yet they are promised. Then attitude of communities, we still have it. People thinking that the PDM money was money meant for the president thanking you, so you are using it to solve your problems. You see, there is a time I was on the radio and they asked me that question. That there are some politicians who go around telling people that you eat it, the president has said to you. So I did not have an answer to the politician until I went to the field and the young man who is a beneficiary told me in his local language, there is a saying that when you are misleading a fool, you don't take long. You just say, you sit there. Not asking why I'm making visit. So, if you have two beneficiaries and you come and give this one $1 million, you give the other $1 million, this one brings it or pays fees, the other one invests it. In 5 years' time, this one has a portfolio of $6 million for you to have zero. So, would we blame? Let our people also be enlightened and say much as it is coming from government. It is supposed to help, it's not helping government. That mindset should change. Next. We're going to finish. A lack of markets. Yes, we still have it connecting the producer to the market. It's still a challenge where people are producing and after mass production. But we are working on that value chain strategy to see how we can have producers from the market connected to the market. Emma talked about it. I will not want to repeat it by identifying these APFs, talked about agricultural processes. And even the markets, there are markets that the government is building everywhere. How do we connect the farmer to the market? How do we, in between, put a transporter? So that we have people who are participating in the value chain. And this answers that question. Someone who doesn't have a 4-acre. You see, 4-acre model is good. The Chibaru has been done and most of us know it. But the value chain does not stop in the 4 acres. If you don't have 4 acres, you be a transporter to the market. Or you go and sit in the market, someone transports, they bring you and you sell. Or you add value. Or you provide inputs for the 4-acre model person. But at least do something, be somewhere. Are we together? Be somewhere. It's not everyone should be in the garden. What we are saying, if the president said that he no longer wants spectators in the government, he wants participants. So you participate somewhere. You get your people to participate somewhere. You don't have to have land to benefit under PTO. Then inadequate coordination among implementers. Suppose complain contradictory messages. Yes. Yes, we are aware of it. But we are trying to ensure that we should always have a central communication, just like the communication by the national coordinator about decentralizing the functionality, the roles of members on the circle. Then some people have raised the question of equity, where you find parishes are not the same size. I always give this example. Nakasero parish, Nakasero 1 parish, as the State House, as the All Saints Church, there is that big hotel, and some few banks, hotels. You find people who are living under subsistence might not be there or they feel like too. Then just like 1 kilometer away in Kamwota, you have a parish called Kamwota that has 2,000 beneficiaries, but all of them are receiving 100 million. That is a challenge that has been observed, and there is a methodology that is trying to be worked out to see how equity can be ensured. Then next, are they over? Yeah, those are the challenges so far. I hope I've captured most of them. Then way forward, as guided by His Excellency, there should be harmonized parish approach in terms of monitoring. We have OWC going to monitor PDM. After they have left, the other DC goes to monitor. After he has left, ISO goes to monitor. After they have left, Chairman C5 goes to monitor. Mayor goes. Then people from the center, OPM. Then you have Office of the President, different, and our beneficiaries are always in meetings with different people, probably looking for different things, or confusing them. So the President has directed, like I said, right now there's a meeting going on to come up with a harmonized monitoring strategy, so that teams are developed. So when you go together. Or even if you don't go, you go looking for the same thing. Then we also look at a digital app is in the final stages of development to monitor at parish level. This app can be installed on your phone, and you can go and just keep on clicking. How many members are in the circle? Do you have a chairperson? Yes. You go out to meetings, you know why. You know, then after you can be able to generate a report after you filled up, and you know this is the situation, this is my day's engagement. Then when the system takes monitoring of the sample, I talked about Wendy. They have already started using it. Almost all of governments are now paying using Wendy. Next, and we encourage you to use Wendy because it's a cabinet decision. And there was an official communication to that effect. Next. Minister of Trade and ICT out auditing. So, you know, the law, Cooperative Act, says that every sample should carry out an audit and an AGM every year. AGM annual, annual general meeting. For every member, for a number of things. But what it is mandatory. So right now, most of the circles have done, but others, there are some which are still there, but it is mandatory. And that issue is also being discussed to see where should they get this money. But there was a guideline indicating where you should get the money, 200,000 from the administrative cost of the third quarter. Every quarter, a sample receives, PDC receives 250,000. So, third quarter was supposed to be used to carry out auditing, and 50,000 for the commercial officer to carry out AGMs. Then the Secretariat, in harmony with other players, to develop a comprehensive management and evaluation framework. That's what is going on. The role of parish chief and PDC as central processes in the PDM and parish should be enhanced. Yes, much as they have trained, we still need more capacity building for these people to understand their roles. Next. Under the leadership of Right Honorable Prime Minister, there should be anti-mistake, the one I'm talking about. And these are the prayers they are looking at: national level, district level, sub-county level, and then the parish level. This was as of before I came, but by the end of the meeting today, there could have been probably other players, and we shall find a way of sharing with you, and there will be a communication of who is supposed to be part of those. Or I don't know what they will, so they could even resolve to consult other players to see their input. I'm not in the meeting, so I don't, but there is something going on. Then in terms of reference, what should be very much? Develop a harmonized monitoring and evaluation tool. Agree on the budget for when they want to carry out an activity. They wanted training for all teams, conduct field monitoring to produce reports, review and take action from what the findings, and then give us the time frame by September. We should be having this next. And finally, despite the challenges encountered so far, PDM has, I think all of us agree there are some successes. We can't say that it has completely failed, it is not there. The vision of His Excellency the President and the commitment of NIM, I will use NIM because it's the one in leadership, but I'm not a politician, of economic transformation for all Ugandans can be achieved. I want you to have hope that we can achieve it. And the PDM is one of the well-designed programs of government intended to attain the goal. Nevertheless, the National Policy Committee must quickly tackle these problems. The problems that I've mentioned, we need to tackle these problems, provide policy guidelines of how you people can help in solving them, corruption, diversion, inefficiency that are being reported. The committee should design a well-harmonized system of monitoring and evaluation with remedial actions so that PDM is the local area to be corrupt. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that I have added value to this meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters. We've had quite a marathon. We only had one interlude to entertainment, but I want to once again appreciate you and the members in the house. Thank you. Asante sana. So we will have a 15 minutes plenary. If you have a question to any of the presentations made, in just about 30 seconds each, such that we can run faster. You want to start with the commissioner. Commissioner probably wants to give information or something, so he's right there.
Thank you very much, moderator. In the interest of time, I just want to respond to, there were a number of issues addressed by Milton in his presentation to the Ministry of Local Government. They talked about issues to do with conflicts, revenue enhancement, PDM, reduction, and and they made a number of recommendations, some of which their actions to be done between ULGA and the Ministry of Local Government. And I want to say we entirely agree with that. Just a few issues we want to clarify. Number one, he said that inspection and support supervision needs to be enhanced. It has declined. We agree that is true. He says that the scattered approach to reduction where the local governments are supported by partners does not help. That is true. We entirely agree with that. We entirely agree with that. Now, the issue, of course, is funds. The overtime funds are gone down. And some of you that have been in the local government system for a while, I think around 2010, 2011 there, we lost a number of our partners went away under the Paris Declaration. Paris Declaration means a donor goes where he wants to go. So we lost a number of our development partners and a number of our planned activities and plans. The hope was for them to be adequately mainstream, which unfortunately has not been done. Now, there is hope. There's hope in NDP4. Government is implementing a program-based planning and implementation from NDP3, and then the line ministries who take lead of programs. Ours, we take lead of regional development program. And unfortunately for regional development program, there are regions that benefit from affirmative action. Then there are many local governments that do not belong to either Wenzori or Northern or Teso or Luwero, So that means a big number is left out. That is problem number one. Problem number two is that Normally, during the budgeting and planning process, and of course ULGA will participate also in this, is that the line ministries take lead. And you know, bureaucrats, they are aggressive. You know, you talk about induction, Minister of Finance will tell you, we gave the money and the program on governance. Yeah, and you know the big bulls there. The big bulls there. And sometimes they promise we shall give you money, and then they don't give you the money. So what is being done under NDP 4 is that the regional development program will remain, but it is enhanced. That means it should cover the entire country. The local governments that are not benefiting should get something there to benefit. There are regions that are supposed to have programs currently, they don't have programs. Those programs are going to be what? Those programs are going to be designed. And then we have also been promised that the envelope will be bigger. So if the envelope is bigger under that program, then we hope that the issue of not inducting councillors promptly, which also is a cause of conflict. Yes, and then enhancing our presence in the local governments. That one is going to be addressed. The issue of recruitment, yes, it takes long. Recruitment takes long. The money is not enough, we know. But we don't want to agree with the recommendation that, again, we go back to the 90s, that we should centrally advertise for you. And yet, you are the people who are saying that powers are being what? Taken away. Let's defend our powers. Let's defend our powers. Recently, you are aware, USSD may be aware, where Ministry of Health wanted now to advertise on your behalf. And then also say that, oh, now the shortlisting will be done in the Health Service Commission. That one we put our foot down and we say that one cannot work. That one cannot work. So anything which takes away your powers, please, let's not accept it. But in the new financial year, the facilitation for the district service commissions have been enhanced. They are going to get additional 25 million. It is not enough, but it's something. And then the North Parks, and then the city parks are going to get some 20 million. It's not enough, but there's somewhere to start. And then we have also made provision within the debt guidelines on how that money is supposed to be used. I think those are the only issues that we need to talk about. I wanted to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner, for those staff that are seated outside. Please come and move the microphone. We all can't be seated out there. So I'm even conflicted where to start from. So where do we start from? Okay, let's move like this. Okay, so we have 3 hands here, then 4. We'll come there 5, 6. Then I have the madam here. Then 8 there, 9, 10, 11, 12, madam, 13, 14, 15 hands, and we close. So start with him.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. My name is John Chagonza, sub-county representative on ULGA Executive Western Region. My concern, the first concern goes to General, who submitted to us about these agro factories or processing machines which are dormant. I have an issue that the research was not done when these facilities were being allocated. Take an example. If my sub-county is Kabonero and it is practicing coffee, but they happen to get a race harder machine. And this was done because of political interest. And the stakeholders were not consulted. And those facilities are still dormant. And I have heard your proposal that these facilities can be shifted. But but this will also be costly to our government, wastage of resources. So I propose that before introducing anything, any government program, let the research be done. That's one. You have talked about, someone submitted about that one again, the roads. You talked about Kaib. But there is also a concern on the road network where these newly created administrative units for over now 3 years are not getting IPF of road network, of road fund. So we pray that these new administrative units be brought on board because the people are suffering.
Thank you.
Similar on the same.
Last word.
Yes. Under PDM, these newly created administrative units like these parishes, they are not getting their allocation as how others are experiencing. So they are already being funded under either their mother parish or they are not getting. So I pray that all these be handled and be brought on board because we wanted equal distribution of resources.
Thank you so much. Please give to your neighbor right there.
Thank you so much. Is my name, District Chairperson Kasese. There are 3 issues that I want to bring to the attention of the presenters. One is about the issue of revenue enhancement. The presenter did it very well, but it's like some accounting officers may not be knowing some of the areas that they will benefit from. Like he said, the presenter said there was over 3 billion lying under ULGA and claim. And our people informed about this, we need to be helped. 2, the issue about the Kaib roads. Kasese district is one of the districts that benefited from this project. And there were many roads that were opened up. Now there have come bush lawyers who have started moving around, mobilizing the community that these roads where they passed, they were supposed to be compensated. As I speak now, people have even been made to pay money in the form of hiring lawyers to be able to access the money. And for us as leaders, we need to be helped. Can we be told whether there was any form of compensation? Because some of us came on board when there were other leaders, and there was no record whether they were supposed to be compensated. Lastly, but not least from my side, is something to do with PDM. I want to thank government for this initiative. But the challenge we have had is that the leaders, the parish committee members, and parish chiefs are doing us a disservice. The issue of extorting money is really on the ground. People have been conned to an extent that even the recent money that was released, the 50 million, people were still calling people. And when we move as a team, we are able to follow it up. But sometimes there are people who relax. You know, we are many stakeholders. For us in Kasese, we are trying to practice teamwork. RDC's office, the LC5 office, COW's office. But sometimes when you discuss other things, and there are people who are seen to be implicated, then you see some laxity in some sections of the group members. How do we handle this?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And please, just the next, I think we have 3 people. I think if they've mentioned, then here, let's come here. Okay, you decided to change, well, let's come here first. So only 2 issues. And please, if your point has been raised, just lower your hand and give the opportunity to
Thank you. Chair Papach, for me I would feel the president directive the parishes who are extorting to be dismissed should be writing, the communications alongside. BDM, I think it's performing better than micro irrigation program, which will actually even benefit Ugandans, almost like BDM, except the hybrid cost, procurement cost, has made micro irrigation still loss making. Let's look at the money that is returning this last financial year. much of it is going to be from micro irrigation scheme only in all the districts, because the people are failing to afford because of the high cost of procurement. District Service Commission is very, very relevant. There are some mafias and cliques in the government who want this matter of recruitment decentralized, so that they are the ones who are actually planning to take care of their children. That is a big lie, and for us as local government, our position is clear. You can advertise some positions, district engineer, DSO, CFO, you cannot get them even in 2-3 adverts. Which children are we waiting for? When we don't get the rightful persons. I expected Kai to tell us the status of the 100-kilometer road network that many districts have meted 2 years ago and nothing has been said about. We are being looked at as a liar. Last part, delays in sending local revenue collected by local government is something that central government should stop joking around for. We know we are being centralized, but what belongs to us, nobody must tamper with, however little it is. I rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Let's move to the next. I think that I like that. We'll move faster, better.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. First of all, I appreciate the General for the lecture and all the lectures which you have received. When I come back to General, he highlighted our weaknesses as leaders who are not maybe assisting the local, the central government well. General, I admit there might be some weaknesses. But also, if I allow people also went to the part of the central government also. What is he bringing in this weakness? I happened to, at first I was a medical personnel, then I learned something on mental, what can bring mental disorders and relaxation amongst the population. For example, you have your 5 children, on Christmas, you buy them clothes and you leave one. You isolate one, say for you next Christmas. Another Christmas, next Christmas. So this child feels isolated and may be rejected and may be discriminated. Here you bought, you catered, government catered for LC1s, transport, LC3 transport, promising you LC5s Subiri next Christmas. Come to RDC's vehicles, diesel vehicles. Recently, the government recruited assistant hearing pipeline to get vehicles. Then there will see 5s next Christmas. And cows. Next what? Christmas. Don't you think this can lower people's morale? Yeah. If I find you in a COVID vehicle, I'll say 5 you have a problem. You'll be arrested. Now, this can be some contributing factors. But we are trying. We are trying. And I'm sure all my colleagues are trying. If my colleagues are not trying, like as Joshua said, me with my family, I believe in the Lord. So me with my government, we are doing it. But I'm very much optimistic. Everybody is trying, but low morale concerning those areas I've mentioned. God bless you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next. We were here, this table here. This table here, we have one hand. Then we'll come to UNDP. So very brief, straight to the point.
Thank you so much. I'm get called Omar Damian. I'm the SARS for the Kamara Sub-County Kabong District Local Government and the chairperson of the Association of the SARS Kabong. I am here to thank everyone who has presented. Number one, in terms of lobbying, I expect ULGA to lobby for the entire family of local governments, not political side only, because we live with politicians. Now, why do you live with the civil servants? Time and again. And the other one is, General, thank you so much, the 4-acre model. It's okay. It's a beautiful thing to come out of one's mouth. But we are incapacitated. There are tractors roaming around. Even there are areas which are very, very hard to reach, much as you had hard to reach areas. We expected you to have given us a grant. Tractors for this law for local governments. Colleagues, how many local governments are here? The chiefs. How many are you by show of hands? We are the backbone of this country. And so we are earning peanut. When we come here, we change our diet sometimes when they call us here. But we're earning peanut, honestly. And I request, General, that now that you are here, and you really love that you are here for us. So we needed some tractors for these structures. So that we are all in the same level, and the same level maybe some, when you are in 3 or we are in 2. Because tuition, all our children are going to these same schools. Where do ours go? And where do yours go? So I would request that the salary announcement still, every financial year, my God, how I wish tomorrow it is action that we are in with 1.5, 1.8. We raise this case. It's only then that we cannot rest, because we are all there tonight. But things we can do, we can help ourselves. Then, PDM, I just want to say excellent, no problem. My district chairperson is there. Each time we go to his office, there is this issue we handle. So, Kabong for party model, we are okay. Yes, we won't tell you like that. And then the other is that I was once a community development assistant to senior now that I'm a chief. The growth has stopped. Why are we not giving party chiefs to grow? Who has to grow all there?
Yes.
So these are things that this is one meeting. This is a meeting of one which meeting is held after every 2.5 years, and many things should come out. And if you have never been a prefect, and you want to eat fast, the president, by the way, has a clear head. That is only us who are prefects around there who mismanage things.
Let's restrict the questions to the presentations.
Yes, so of course, those things go to all that we have come here for. So, General, about our transportation, about accommodation, some people living in Lira there, honestly speaking, even the sub-county, I'm a chief. I do not have a house, not with all of the watchmen. I only rest under trees because it's cool. Yes, then I have to go to my district where I'm residing. So, that being the case, we want more structures.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. But the other last one is, the very last one. ULGA, please, we want your support in terms of parting word and death. People have been there. We have the association of the Sakaos of Uganda, the stars of Uganda. We put there 10,000 only, but we have never seen ULGA saying, oh, sorry, you say it's okay. Hey, we have never seen say, there's a death in the other district, the SARS has lost a mother or a child. They have never supported us. And when it is higher level, you see the flag of Uganda resting on the Saman's. But for us, we are just like that. Oh my God. So it's
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Your issue has been received. I think we have Mama here. You can give me Mama here.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. I'm called Florence Ochola. I work for UNDP as the area manager, based in Gulu, but I oversee program in Acholi, Lamu, and West Nile. So I'm happy to be here. I'll make one or two observations only. The first is on the issue of the PDM, the issue of mindset change. I think that is still a very big deal. I was privileged to host the resident rep for UNDP in Gulu, and we met the Gulu district local government, and we observed that that is a challenge, and you know we don't have resources. So what is it that can be done to still achieve the mindset change? We have organizations working in each of these districts, maybe not all, but most of the districts have NGOs. Now, I think it is something that we can pick on to try and see how best can we make the mindset change across cutting to the entire agencies working within the district. It can help. We just need to go with something as practical as possible. Because one thing which is clear nowadays, you may not have that resources to be facilitating somebody to do that. So that is one. And then the second one, of course, I've seen a number of PDM projects around my area. I'm grateful. For the first time I was seeing, you would see, it's PDM. But how do we make these people maintain that steam up? At district levels, I think we need to make it a deliberate move. Identify, even if we say in a year, we provide 10, properly the best 10, and make them known. And maybe we put something that will make them want to keep that position. So at the end of the day, you find that if we have so many districts and so many giving that 10-10 per district, at the end of the day, it will become now business as usual. Everybody wants to do something. Because at this point, it is either I do it or I don't do it. People are not innovative enough to take it up. I think let me stop there, though I'll talk to my brother. I wanted to get something from him. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Let's, we have one hand there, then we will have UNICEF, then we come, yes, that is the next table. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. I observe the protocols. Utombe Wellborn Odia is my name, the Speaker for the District Council. I've got two observations. One, I want to make some bit of emphasis. In respect,
don't emphasize on someone's issue.
In respect to the policies not getting the PDM money. Like in Pade, we have got two policies. We have been writing letters to the land ministry, but up to date, we have not got any feedback in a written form in respect to those two affected counties as a policies.
Exchange numbers so
Thank
you get in touch with them.
Number two is in respect to honoraria, which the different LCs are supposed to get. Up to date, we are getting complaints from our LCs that they are waiting and waiting. Can we also be updated in respect to these facilitations to be given to the LCs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. UNICEF right there, the lady just behind you. From there, then we'll cross to Governor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm glad that local revenue mobilization has been on the forefront, and one of the things that have been on board since we came here. And what I want us to keep at the back of our minds that the population of children that is 0 to 17 years is half of the whole population. And it is 50.5% based on the dissemination that was made during the dissemination of the census results just recently. So the biggest chunk of the population are children. And I truly understand that central government transfers are not enough to meet the needs of social services that impact children. So I would love to propose that even when I've seen that there is 140% increase in local revenue, using the IRA system. So as we collect this revenue, we need to think of the biggest population, which are the children. As we budget, even when they are giving you central government transfers that are too little, when you are planning, prioritize the children, because the truth is, it is the biggest population. That's the truth. 0 to 17 years is the biggest population. So it is just my encouragement that even when you're collecting these revenues, most especially districts that have enrolled in the IRA system, we kindly request that prioritize our children. Prioritize them because there's a future. For us, we are growing and we are aging, and these are the people who are going to uphold whatever we would have put in place. So if we don't support them now, I don't know what will happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's move to Governor here. Then we'll go to Mama, then come to the 2 tables, then we come to the back tables.
Thank you very much, SG, for giving me the opportunity to make my comments. I want to observe the protocol. My name is Mary Tino. I am the district chairperson, Kabong. I want to make some few observations. One, I want to thank the hosting chairman of Lira, for the prayers. Thank you for praying for us. But for me, Kabong, I'm already in Kabong actually, because I want to go and amplify the voices of the local governments in Kampala. So, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you very much, Chairman. The presentations by our senior cow, it is a list of challenges that the local governments are facing. One of the issues that I want him to include in that list is the decentralization of some of the roles of local governments. This is really very key, because it's not coming out. Let it come out as one of the challenges we are facing as local governments. And the other one is, I am really very grateful with the IRAS initiative that the local government finance commission is coming up with. From the presentation, it's clear that this has been implemented in all local governments, in the districts, but I haven't really, I've seen it being launched in Kabong, the training, but not yet operational. Can we move quickly to operationalize these things in local governments? Because with only 1 trillion grant to local government, that's how they actually put it. These people from the finance, they say the grant to local governments 1 trillion in a financial year, and yet the local governments are actually the base where for self-delivery in this country. So with IRAS, my hope is that we are going to collect the money and we are going to improve self-delivery will improve. So members, let's embrace this initiative, let's support it, let's have it operational. Then the second last one is about this thing called Wendy. This app called Wendy. The other day in Kampala, they said, is it a person? I think it's a good thing for PDM. But yeah, people who develop some of these concepts, I don't think they have the whole picture of the country in their heads. Because if you come to my district, Kabong district, we have the whole county, all network completely. And these people, the only way in the last disbursement they got the money was the bank taking the money to them and giving them the money there. These are, remember, the 39%, part of them are the most vulnerable people in this country. This way thing requires people to have even forms. And we expect people where they know that to have to own forms. Look at that thinking. So mine was that, why didn't you do this thing by what kind of phases? Instead of just pushing the whole thing for the whole country. You should have done it in phases so that the different districts can join the program based on how they are. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Madam right there.
My name is District Speaker Kalaki. I want to appreciate all the presenters here, and special appreciations goes to my colleague General Omure for realizing the fact that these leaders gathered here is a dark root of the giant tree, Uganda. One thing I want us to note is that trees are always watered from the roots, not from the leaves. So if we want the tree called Uganda to flourish, let us water these roots rather here. Then the tree will flourish. You are presenting a very powerful office in this meeting. A office that can even say anything and Parliament will be disregarded. So it is my prayer that take our place to the great office, that the root of this nation, Uganda, needs water, and it needs to be watered, so that the tree Uganda will flourish and grow bigger and will be noticed by the whole world. I want to also say something on the 4-acre model. Very good, I also appreciate it. But due to land shortage, I want to pray that, if possible, let us also decide something of lower acreage. For instance, 2 acres. Maybe together for those ones who may not have the 4 acres. Yes, we cannot participate in the 4 acres. But if we can design anything that can feed those ones with less than 4 acres, I think that would be good. I want to also add one challenge to the challenges that was raised on PDM. And this is on the issue of delay of disbursement of funds after the generation of enterprises. It is enterprises sometimes are time bound. For instance, a poultry farmer may want to sell this chicken by December when the sales are peak. But when you delay and the farmer buys that back later, it will affect the enterprise. So I want to pray that let us handle the issue of disbursement of funds timely. Then finally, I want to appreciate my daughter, Honorable Miriam, for telling us the fact that yes, the motive of MP is not to increase on our remuneration is intentional. But I want also us and all of us who are their friends to tell them this, that they should realize that those positions are God given and God can do anything. Especially now today that the government has prayed. Let them stand the word. Then secondly,
the last one.
Then secondly, I want to appreciate you once again in that yes, we are as a mother. Still this goes to the MPs. As a mother, if they want to retain those positions, as a mother, I know if you want children not to struggle over one plate, you balance the food. But if you don't balance the food, we are all going to go for the plate which is better served. Tell them that those ones who will interact with them. I pray for the universities if you get that time, because I don't know whether you get an opportunity.
Thank you. Gentleman right there. Yes, the next table, yes. You.
Thank you. Philippus and James is my name. Representing the SAS from Kasese, Western Uganda. My first question goes to Honorable the Vice Chairperson, Federal Government Finance Commission. She talked about realities. I want to raise an issue to do with the masts. We have very many masts erected on individual pieces of land, but as a local government, we have failed to collect money, we've not gotten any royalty from those masts. They say because they compensate the landowner, and therefore, as a government, we are not supposed to get any tax. Can I get clarification from your Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Finance Commission? Secondly, still to you, the Vice Chairperson, Finance Commission, and the former retired Chikao, Milton Kato, issues to do with revenue enhancement and mobilization and collection. Through you, Mr. Secretary General, as sub-county chiefs, parish chiefs, senior assistants, senior accounts, senior assistant secretaries, and the senior accounts assistants. Of course, on the area system, it has a procedure of assessment first, registration, then collection. but we are about to be shot, some of us, by the taxpayers on failure to issue the receipts. Why? Because everything you do, it requires data, it requires a gadget. If you don't have a smartphone, you cannot register, you cannot access a taxpayer. If you don't have electricity at the sub-account headquarters, you don't have money to print, you're in dilemma. So this goes to both ULGA and the Ministry of Local Government, that you should really request the responsible agencies, ministry agencies, to procure iPads for each and every stakeholder in revenue collection, the parish chief, that's the law conduct, the accounts assistants, and finally the sub-county chiefs who approve the payments, and also, if possible, provide monthly data allowances. Because some of us with the sub-county that they don't have local revenue, we end up getting our calibra money we get to ensure that we collect the revenue through the system. Another issue with that, there are some sub-counties that don't have electricity. So it's my prayer through ULGA that should closely work with the Ministry of Energy and ICT to have each sub-county headquarters connected with electricity and also internet. Because without electricity, without internet, we shall not perform perfectly in areas of PDM and IRAS. This goes, the second last goes to international aid, international, plan international. You did tell us that you do support local government in areas of infrastructure support. May I get to know in which districts, in which regions do you operate? Or since this international NGO, something to do with that, I was requesting that all the districts in this country really need your services. Kindly extend the services in those areas. Lastly, Mr. Secretary General, in 2007 there, I was a councillor when I think government last year there, I think establishing the circles at sub-county level. They did take all the chairperson local council there is and the sub-county chiefs champions. I thought why they took them there, it was not for procedural anything, but it was to do with mates exchange, patriotism and ideological trainings. I think since then, the district governors, the other DCs, the cows, my bosses are always there. It's my request through ULGA. Fortunately, the president is here of ULGA. Can the sub-county chiefs and the LCD chairpersons also be taken to champions to be oriented on the new government programs? Because all these trainings you've talked about, the PDM, they target. Now they are now targeting the PDM sample leadership, the parish chiefs. Some of us, we just go there by coincidence.
Thank you.
The last question, sir. The last appeal. The last one, sir. We're in Fort Porto, I mean in Wema. The president, ULGA did tell us, yes, he appreciated the procurement of motorcycles, the LCT chairpersons. I also want to call that since 2007 to date, the sub-county chief has never been supported with means of transport. This is a person who is supposed to work 24/7, 5 days in a week, 8 to 5. There are no staff houses at the sub-county headquarters. You expect that person to be in office by 8:30. Really, sometimes before we blame, we should also see the challenges.
Thank you. Thank you. The points have been made, and the president will respond, I think, to many of those tomorrow at the AGM. So we only have 3 people. Unfortunately, we have to end. We have to end, and the Vice President invited you, many of you, somewhere. So we will have to agree. We will have to agree. Have the speaker here. Then we have one there, and then one from the back, the extreme back.
Thank you. I'm Masiga Samuel, Speaker, Chibuku District Council. Up to issues of PDM. The first issue is that PDM is our bullet as far as people of Chibuku are concerned. But during the presentation on page 3, as they were stating the background, the statement showed that PDM was launched in Bukit sub-region. I will request next time you include Be Specific and state Chibuku, because PDM is our brand. Secondly, the issue of the monthly 100,000 payment to the parish chiefs. Sincerely, our accounting officer has done his level best. He has submitted all the information required to the ministry, but as I speak today, you find that some parish chiefs have never received the 100,000. What is the problem? Is there that corruption?
Thank you, thank you. The gentleman with the...
SG, you will excuse me. I will be very brief, I pledge. I'm called Joel Opotokuma, the District Speaker, Dogolo District Local Government. I just have an observation with respect to the presentation made by General Omure, very resourceful presentation. I am concerned with the design of the OWC. Here's a situation where OWC doesn't report. There is no clear channel of reporting to, like, the district council. We expected it to have a report to the committee, standing committees, where for our case we would present to production committee. Then eventually it would come to the district council, where we would deliberate upon it. This is my concern. Then lastly, as a district of Dogolo, we lost our coordinator 2 years back. Up to now, it has not been replaced. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you very much, presenter.
So the rest you can write your questions on pieces of paper.
Yes, and by the name,
you will be the last.
I'm by the name called Okwir Mohammed. I'm representing Chairperson LC3 Adago District. So I have a concern. To PDM issues, we present a talk of their discussion. But from down there, it is a big problem. Those are the gaps we are witnessing as chairperson. And also, some of us are not included on this issue, the new coming program. Make gaps, big gaps are there because we don't know what is happening. If it is training, sometimes they don't even call us and whatever, but here there's a problem. How do you monitor something which you don't have the knowledge about it? That's one concern. Two, ULGA and the government, please. I'm now 66 years old. Can we stop lying to big people? I've been working with the NGOs for over 16 years. I'm now come to they call me local government. The government also is local, ULGA also is local. I don't know who is now with the right person. To lead who? Because some of your talk doesn't even materialize. I'm now 7 years in leadership of this thing you call local government. There are very many issues are coming on and off. But the program which the president is coming up with, good programs. But the player middle there, still you give a big gap. Can we come up with a strategy so that we stop this thing and we focus other things? 3, I've been earning 2 million and something. Now I'm earning 300 and something in local government because I'm chairperson of LC3. And you have been singing of our salaries and salaries I don't know. You have been hurting other people. Why don't you scrap out this issue of chairperson LC3 and you forget about the sub-counties so that we see where you people will go. And you mess up Uganda the way you want to mess it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the last thing from me when we talk of validation, and then some other people you don't want to open their brain, you don't want to validation to them, like somebody talk of taking some people to train them and whatever. How did you get to a validation? So please let's improve very many things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman here in the specs will be the last. And then for the rest of the matters, please you can write. And then we have responses and we close. We have to close.
Thank you very much, our Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Peter Ombong Achuda, the District Council Speaker of our party, as well as the Vice Chairperson now, District Council Speakers Forum. I am up on only one issue, and that is on the presentation by Milton, where I want this concern to go to our Vice Chairperson, Local Government Finance Commission. Milton talked about conflicts in local governments, but there is one area that I see conflicts arising from, which I would want it to attract the concern of the Local Government Finance Commission, and that is the fundings to local governments. In this aspect, you'll find that fundings comes with the intent of implementation, accountability, but the aspect of monitoring the processes of spendings are not stipulated. In this case, you find the money comes to the system and the super users are the technical staff. But then the district chairpersons and then the secretaries to the sectors only monitors the accountability from black and white. I would pray that Local Government Finance Commission take this to the policy designers, that let there be a portal where we can have eyes on, hands off, so that when money comes to the district, like to the tune of 7 billion shillings for the case of a party in a quarter, the district chairperson would be able to know his money slept 7 billion last night. This morning it has gone to 5. Then he can ask for the accountability while knowing the rate at which the money is going. But here you find money comes 7 billion, 1 month, the money is finished. But when the work is not properly done, the first person to be put at task is the chairperson. You find everybody running, the chairperson is corrupt, is not monitoring the technical staff, and yet in the actual sense, there is eyes off, we only have ears on, hands off, eyes off. But there should be eyes on, hands off, and ears on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. So Charles, come. We have to close. Just 1 minute. Then I'll start with the PDM presenter. Yes.
Thank you, General Secretary. My name is Murembo, Chairperson of the Three Nabasana in Aborata District. I want to say that thing that none has spoken on. One, I want to thank the General. Maybe help us also to answer why these new sub-counties and town council are not getting road funds for the rest of the. I don't know whether it is this region alone or it is country-wide. Two, I also want to request the central government. This is ULGA, where local government can hire things. The road equipment, which is at the lower local government, maybe the higher local government and districts. Why I brought this, it is a lot of conflicts in my district of Molatan, where some counties has taken 3 years without clearing their roads because of road equipment, which is disturbing, and it has brought a lot of conflicts between the community and the district chairperson. What can we do? When do you expect the central government to give us the new road fund, road equipment that will help us? And this is our, I think, ULGA is where we can debate and resolve things.
Chair, that one we have a response on the road unit. The next
I want to view that we are here with the cows and the senior assistant civil officers. It is now worse that every officer complaining with this that there's a lot of corruption. Why can't we address this as local government so that we look a way forward? So that you as cows and cows, you also clear your ways like other people, because people are struggling for heaven. But why do you want to remain? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the PDM. Then I will move to Commissioner.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the
and 1 minute to each of the respondents.
Yes, this PDM was launched in a district called Buku, found in Bukit sub-region. So I will add, next time I'll make sure I always add the Chibuku district, Bukit sub-region. So I think there we are okay. Then the first question was new parishes that are not receiving PRLF. I want us to pay attention, and as leaders, you go and explain to them the right reason why they are not receiving PRLF. Don't tell them lies. Now, about 2-3 years ago, when administrative units were created, for example, Shema, there was Rwanda, there was Shema Municipality, they carried out elections. Okay? And one man who was a former MP took government to court for carrying out elections illegally. Illegally because for you to carry out elections in Uganda, according to the constitution, it is either during a general election or during a by-election, not after creation of an administrative unit. Are we together? So court put an order that electoral commission should not carry out elections again unless it is a general election or a by-election. Now, subsequently, there were some administrative units that had been created as parishes, but they have not yet carried out elections, so they are not functional. So there is no way you can give them money when they don't have the chairperson of BDC, who is LC2. So the position is that they are going to be benefiting from the mother parish until that time when elections are carried out and they are fully functional. Are we together on that? That is the explanation that is there, sir.
I have very many of such sub-counties where the sub-counties and parishes, they are operational. The money has been released. We don't have a single staff. We have just seconded or given an appointment on I know what I'm saying. And we have just given an appointment to one person who caretakers, and other staff are on the permanent chiefs. In the other hand, there's a new sub-county which was there before, and has all the facilities, has all the money being sent, but they refuse us carrying out the election in such sub-counties. How do you expect us to run a budget for a sub-county? Like I talk now, and my sub-county is operational with funding. I am the interim chairperson. Until election takes place. So how do you expect that to run? No, the councillors are being picked from those parishes who are just gathered. The second issue, which I also want to bring to you, the attention of this house, is that some councillors have died. They have died. In my district, we have lost so far two councillors. When you take it back to them, for them to do election, they say, no election. How do you expect the people, those councillors, to be served? What are we going to do? We have many people who are, many parishes. In parishes, in fact, in parishes, we have about 5 who are not there, not working. Because some of them came from NGO and joined the politics like the other one there. And he found that there's no money. No government, he went back. They went back, and the vacancies, there are very many in what? In lower government. And we are written to the electoral commission, we don't have money for election. What are you doing? But when the MP dies, tomorrow they bless you. Why are you doing this local government? Yet we are the ones that implement all the government programs. Is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you are asking the wrong person the question. Because you know, whatever we do, we are supposed to work within the constitution. It is the electoral commission that is mandated to carry out elections in Uganda. So I don't know, maybe we need to change the constitution and we ask local governments to start organizing elections. I don't know, but that is something that is concerned. I'm going to take your detail brought to the Minister of Local Government. My commissioner is here, and we treat that as a special case. Right now, I can only note that and refine, but I cannot provide you a solution. Thank you. He's going to. I'm sure the secretary.
Yeah, like councillor, that man died from the sub-county, and
everywhere people are dying. So
organize the elections.
Second, we talked about extortion of money from beneficiaries by parish chiefs, and there was a following suggestion that it should be put in writing the directive. Now, I told you that the president wrote to the prime minister. So right now, there is a meeting. The president does not write to the accountant, to the cow. He wrote to the prime minister. So instructions are going to come to that effect, and the presidential directive is a directive. So if it has directed that whoever steals money should be arrested, there is no other option. So what I was saying, I was suggesting that when you reach there, you tell your people that there is something harsh that is going to come. Please avoid touching some money. Then, very good propositions about mindset change. Mindset change is something that takes long and it cannot be done, but there is no single formula of how to change mindset. But it is an interaction of a number of stakeholders playing different roles so that people can. In places where there is no network, Kabong district, that is a special case because the system that we use, for example, in registration, you don't need network. But when it reaches the point of integration, that's when network is required. But when the Minister of Finance was sending money, 68% of the money, this 50 million, was sent to banks that have used Wendy, that are onboarded on Wendy. So there is the other percent that was sent, bearing in fact that in mind that there is where there are those still challenges, not accessing banks. So probably Kabong's money went through that. I need to verify that, but it is an issue that is noted. Then time and disbursement, I agree with you, but also let's consider mindset. Minister of Finance sends the money as capital to the SACCO. But when they send money to the SACCO, It is not a must that tomorrow you start giving it out. Try to tell people to borrow money when they are supposed to use it. It is very easy to misuse money when you don't have what to use it with. For example, if you know your season is, we are in July, you know the season is beginning in September, why should you go and borrow money? Because this is money you're borrowing to return. My business still. The role of Ministry of Finance is to capitalize the circle. And you as circle leaders have the right over your money. You don't have to give it out because it has come. Let me ask you. Agabani, let me ask you. Do you have a bank account? Is there money? Are you going to withdraw it tomorrow?
No.
Why?
No, let me ask you. The other night, there was a report between the national government and Gabon was the last. He was not disbursing the money. And we are pressured to give people the money. That's where the government said, yes, thank you very much. Now we are telling them the money and then people take the money when they are ready.
But you see, the mindset is not just down. Even the up, there is a mindset problem. It's not a must that whenever you have money, you should. Okay, but at least that is the only way you can answer it. Because, to me, but of course, finance needs to stay up and start sending money out. Purchase of iPads, I mentioned that the ones that were used in census are going to be given to parish chiefs to execute their work. Commissioner will add on, but also we have had some, mind my words, I'm not saying every local government, we have had some local governments where you find the planning unit has like 8 computers, but they only want to use them for planning things. Such that the commercial officer cannot use a laptop of someone in planning because it is in the department of planning. And he only uses that computer one day in a week. Really. But everything is noted, I'm just responding. Then parish chiefs that haven't received the parish revolving funds, every parish chiefs in the sub-region, they have a WhatsApp forum. Every sub-region has a WhatsApp forum. And we assign officers from Ministry of Finance and ICE to those WhatsApp groups. Anyone who did not receive their money was asked to resubmit. And by the closure of the financial, all of them that submitted their credentials correctly were considered. But if there is any who did not receive, please, you ask them to communicate to the groups, or I can share my number and then you send that information to me so that I can follow up with the respective officers who are in charge of sub-regions. Then finally, no training. And the LC2 chairperson, you don't participate in training for PDM that you are expected to. It is not correct that you are not supposed to be trained, because people from the center are not the ones who will go and train at the local governments. Actually, from the local government, at the local government level, the district, we have a focal person and a team, production officer, the education officer for social services, health. They have a mini secretary that is supposed to cascade the message through the local government up to the parish. So if it is not happening, there is an anomaly there. But you are supposed to be trained because eventually you are answering to your people. So I think that is what was asked of me. And I don't want more questions. I want to thank you very much. The rest we can keep on communicating. I will indicate my number on projection, then we can keep on talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG, for giving me the opportunity. There are issues raised. I wasn't the presenter. There are issues thrown here and there, which are policy in nature, and I need to respond to very quickly as follows. The issue of vehicles for leaders. That means vehicles for chairpersons, for mayors, for cows, town clerks, LC3 chairperson, the sub-county chiefs, town clerks, all of name it, whether vehicle or motorcycle or bicycle. I think this one, your president will bear witness with us. These are issues we have pursued, I don't know for how many years. And the answer we always get is that the resource envelope is not enough. And when you read the policy statement, it will be reading unfunded priority. So the message is we need to continue pursuing together with the association as we have been pursuing. Salary enhancement for all categories, whether political or technical. I think there's an approved salary enhancement strategy which is going to be implemented in phases as and when the funds are available. Is it motivating? Very demotivating. Because even me myself, as I talk, I'm not being enhanced. But there's a promise, and what we've been told by Ministry, the head of public service wrote to Ministry of Finance in the process of developing the NDP4 to capture some of the commitments. The problem in government is that sometimes there are commitments and they are not captured within the policy framework. So we are told that this one is now going to be captured within the NDP4 such that there is a guarantee that it is implemented. So let us wait a little bit. We are going to get. Parish chiefs are not promoted. Yes, we put parish chiefs at U5 just because of the wage implications. Otherwise, the proposal was to put a parish chief in U4 graduate. And I remember that time around 2013 when we calculated, it was about 75 million which government did not have. And then the advice was put them there, but as and when funds allowed, then we can upgrade. And of course we are hoping, there is now RAPEX. There's rationalization of agencies and public expenditure. And one of the things which is going to happen is that the ministries that are receiving agencies that are going to be mainstream are going to be restructured. But public service also told us that at the same time we shall come back and restructure the local government structures. So we may look at that. Honorarium, yes, there was discrepancy in numbers which was submitted to Ministry of Finance, and therefore it is true that some councillors have actually not yet benefited. But this is a matter we are pursuing, and we hope it is going to be resolved. New sub-counties and new town councils are not benefiting from the road fund simply because the funds to the road fund have not been enhanced. So what we are advised that for now, it's not possible. And if we are to now share, it is like having a small cake and then I don't know how many, like one cake and all of us here. It will not make anyone, it will not make any impact. So it's true they are not getting, but the mother local governments have we continue to advise that maybe within the district, if you are going to do a road somewhere, and then there is a sub-county on your way, you can as well also see how to handle that road. But as we wait for, you may not handle it well, yes, that's what we are doing. But that is the fact, and I know many local governments have done that. So we have been advised to wait. Election of councillors, chairperson Lira, tomorrow Susan Mujema. Susan is not here today because they are handling the issue of extension of the period of elections. But tomorrow is going to be here. He's our focal point, and we'll ask him to respond to the issue. Beg your pardon? Yes, they are already extended, but the issue you raised, you find vacancies occur on the councils. Somebody today is an NGO paying very well, tomorrow becomes a councillor, is very motivated, he decides to go back. Others get jobs, we also know, some of them are young, they get jobs. Others go back to school, others get opportunity to go abroad. I think in cases here you had a very big number went on a study tour to Canada and they never came back. So when I get back to the now that is the one Sweden will reply tomorrow. I thank you.
So, very quickly, Honorable New and respond. respond on anything, you can even respond from there.
Thank you, SG. I want to thank the members and all the facilitators, especially General. Thank you for talking point blank. We needed those words. And leaders, don't take them in bad faith. These are words that we should really hear and work on them. Now, I want to respond on the issue of the failure to issue receipt by now when we high time we work together. That's what I can say about the conflicts. Then there are also conflicts between, like I had the chairman Lira saying, we have our title. We must sit on the table. You have produced a child and you're fighting with, the mother is fighting with the child. You are the ones who have agitated for the creation of these lower local governments. And once you produce a child, you must look after a child. And that child should know who the mother is. So there should be mutual understanding and agreement. Don't just fight about this. Since you had the intentions of creating these local governments, you know how they are going to benefit you. It's the same intention that should be used to work together and make sure that everybody is independent and everyone is happy. But I must also warn you that this creation of lower local governments is affecting performance and it's also encroaching on your resources. You should also stop creating many where they are not even needed. I regret I created so many districts, which I would think would even be now brought back to their mother districts, but it cannot happen. I know why I'm saying like that. So I am warning you also on that one. Then finally, filling of vacancies, as I think the PDF representative has told us, it's a role of the EC. It's not the role of the Parliament. Parliament budgets for its members, for their emoluments, for their benefits, including death and burial arrangements. So we would assume that it would be the case for councils, but councils don't have that leeway because they don't have enough monies. So it's a work of the electoral commission to fill vacancies. And now for you are talking about one member of parliament dying in a year, or maybe 2 in a year. But the councillors are more than that. When I was in Zombo, a PWD councillor died that very day. And I'm sure another councillor was dying somewhere in Woima, another dying somewhere in Kabong. So you cannot compare the numbers of councillors who die to the number of MPs who die. But we have to find a way of making sure that these vacancies are are filled, and that by-elections are carried out. And we have been also insisting and telling the local government ministry, councillors must be inducted. Councillors should know their roles, and they cannot even know their roles unless they are inducted and taken through what they are supposed to do. Finally, as the UNICEF person has emphasized, our population now is 50%, 51% children. We are all mothers, we are all fathers. We must direct our energies and our resources in making sure that the children we are bringing up to take over us, to manage the affairs of this country, are well planned, are well schooled, are healthy, and they have this PDM money. We don't want them to get handouts. We want them to be economically and financially sustainable. Let's plan for that population. Finally, I want to thank you, ULGA, for inviting us and giving us this platform. I want to thank the president of ULGA and executives for the work they have been doing for the association. Wherever we have been, ULGA is there. Thank you so much, and I wish the new leadership a good term.
Thank you, Honorable. And Honorable, just to let you know, tomorrow you are part of the electoral committee, so you are still with us until tomorrow. I was reading through the guidelines. You are a member. So, thank you for recognizing. So I'll turn to the country director. I think there was one question. The districts of operation. Those I would have cheated the person that asked that question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think there was 2 in 1 question. Number 1, you alluded to the fact that Plan International works on infrastructural development. I would like to say that Plan International does more than that. Infrastructure is probably only one small thing that we do as and when a particular district needs it. But our programs are focused mainly in about 5 main areas. We're doing education, which is both the early childhood education and also the primary education. Those are the key areas. Then the second thing, we are on health broadly, and youth economic empowerment, generally, protection from violence, WASH, which is the other, and then emergency response. We are currently active in 20 districts. And these districts are Paj, Wania, Kole, Lira, Alepton, Lira City. And then we have Yumbe, Obongi, Jumani, Mariokolo, Nedi, Zombo. Then we have Chikube, where we have Changwali. And then we have Kambuli, Buyende, Loka, Tororo, Kampala, Wakiso, and Mukono. Now those are the 20 districts that we have very active programs on. But being an international organization, I think there are 2 things that I want to let you know. That 1, our emergency response program covers the entire country. So where there is an emergency, our nearest office dives in there. And those of us who are close to us, we've been with you at any of those emergency response areas. So the nearest Plan International, nearest offices, like the one stationed in Lira City, covers Lano and the Cholisan region. And then we have one that is in Kampala that covers the central. We have one that is in Kamuli that covers the east central. It goes all the way to Tororo. Now, Karamoja. In Karamoja, we will need to talk about Karamoja because Karamoja is one of those areas that we feel we probably need to be in. But it takes time for us to be able to plan and go to a particular area. We're now getting to Western Uganda, especially with emergency response, and we probably are going to set up an office in Western Uganda to cover that region. I think for now that's what I can say. But the other one thing that I want to say finally is that international organizations also have the way they work. We may not be in certain locations because there are organizations like us who are in those. And if we went there, probably there would have been duplication. So in areas where you have Save the Children, in areas where you have One Vision, in areas where you have Oxfam, in areas where you have these bigger international NGOs, we are trying to spread ourselves so we can be able to cover the whole country and serve better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, the representative of the country director. Karamoja needs to be thought about. And then Kabongo will agree with me and the capability here. So they also have emergency issues in there. So I will now invite Emma on the Kaib, respond on Kaib, and then finally we'll have our very last.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There are two observations made around Kaib. I think from Kasese, one is that we are talking about facilities, but we are not concerned about the state of the road infrastructure. I think the other was concerning people coming up with demanding for compensation, isn't it? Maybe to respond to the first one, I think whereas the ministry is very concerned, or should be very concerned with the state of the roads, but as who live and govern areas where these roads are, where roads were constructed, should be very concerned. Of course, I know the issue has been around the limitation of resources to its maintenance. And as a ministry, my commissioner did indicate we are continuously continue to engage in government to ensure that there are sources for roads, sources for many other things, and we have not really stopped, and we will do that. But I think significantly, importantly, we also have some work to go around these roads. While driving in some of these communities, anyway, if I say this, when I was a child, but also what I've been told is that before, communities will be mobilized to maintain some sections around their areas, either diverting water or stuff like that. But you move to these places and you find people digging around the road and they're diverting and water is coming to disorganize, and you end up having bad road, isn't it? There are certain things that we need to attend to ourselves, even without resources. But you're right, we need resources to maintain the roads. Secondly, on the issue of compensation, I don't think that is right and that will not happen, because one, community is consented and approved. The lands to be used where these roads were put in place. If you recall very well, the design of the project was that we had debt. Part of the project was sponsored by a debt, but part of it was GNU contribution, and also districts had to make a contribution. And the contribution was through offering land where roads were to be constructed. And for that to happen, you had to move in and mobilize communities, sensitize them, and seek their approval. And that was done. If you recall very well, we had road committees in place. And for where the ministry, through Kaib, put a road, it was done after that approval, consent and approval. Actually, if you recall very well, where we had objections, roads were never put in place. So, and two, the project, the 1, 2, 3 Kaib projects, all of them are done. So we no longer have them in place. Actually, the roads do not belong to Kaib. The roads belong to the communities, isn't it? So there is no way, I do not know, I am not a lawyer, but I don't think there will be any legal basis for compensation to be managed at this point in time. I think the most important thing is for you to move in and talk to your people, sensitize them so that they understand before they waste their time in possible. Thank you very much.
These people use as courts, and you know what is meant by court, pronouncing itself that you are supposed to compensate. Yet the policy says so. Why can't you advise those courts like we are now here? We invite those courts. When you are coming up with such issues, let the court also understand that it is a government guideline guiding on that.
Thank you very much. The courts were put in place to all of us. We can't stop anybody from going to court to argue for whatever they think is the right thing. But as government, I think we have a basis to respond to whatever legal issues we have arisen, isn't it? So that one should not scare us. Yes, and it's not we can tell court not to listen or hear whatever people are, bring to you seeking redress, isn't it? The issue is that do we have the legal and moral obligation to go in and defend ourselves as government? Yes. I think local governments are the public entities in those respective areas, and therefore we have the right and the basis to move in and defend any government position. I think that's the best I can say.
Thank you. Thank you. And as a human rights defender, I was about to say, okay, what is this now? You know, how do you stop people from going to court? Because it's their right. And that is what is happening with the Generation Z in our neighbor here, Kenya. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of the ULGA president. And I hope we all know the ULGA president, our president. And then also the vice president, Central Region. And the regional speaker, Central, that joined us. You're very, very, very much welcome. Today the president will not speak to us. The president will speak to us tomorrow. So I will not invite him. I know we have a lot of expectations, but he will respond to all of the questions that you raised, what he has been able to do. So I will now invite General Omure, who will come, and he has two parts to respond to a few of those questions and to adjourn. Yeah, so that's what he will do before you come, General. So those are the two things. Just respond and to adjourn us, and there will be, like I earlier communicated, the Vice President North has made a special arrangement to the cows, and I think the team has been moving around, talking to you. There's SASES, sub-county chairpersons, speakers. I think the team has talked to you, and you know where to go. In case you need support with the directions, we have teams that will direct you where to go. But all of this said and done, there is a lot that has been said. ULGA do ABCD, ULGA do ABCD, ULGA do ABCD. Unfortunately, we cannot do that if the members are not paying subscriptions. Any institution that is membership based can only be strong as its members with support. You know, the subscriptions, tomorrow we will look into all those issues, and you know tomorrow is a very contested day, and that is one of the requirements. You know, so we appreciate a number of cows, a number of chairpersons, speakers, sub-counties that have really made efforts to pay their subscriptions. But for us to be able to serve you better, for us to be able to represent you better, we need your support. We cannot do this by ourselves. So we represent you on a number of platforms. We sit in meetings where we need to do research so that we appear to be relevant. And this calls for resources. We need staff. You know, do we have sufficient staff to do the technical work? We should be visiting each of your districts, not to engage, to create awareness. Because the number of chairpersons are not so much aware of what ULGA is, what we do. Speakers, some speakers saw ULGA subscription in the budget and they're like, who is ULGA? Remove this animal. And so there is a lot of work that we need to do with you. And there is a lot that has been achieved. So I want to reassure my brother, comrade there that said, want to make 70 years in service. Nothing has changed. I think I don't agree. Things might not have changed in one direction, but many things have changed. There's a lot of success that we are proud to associate ourselves with. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite General Omure Bosco to come and respond in a few words, and then he will adjourn us. General, welcome.
Mr. President, leaders of ULGA, actually there are few now, because most of the queries got answered here and there. I'm going to answer one. Tractor. Tractor is due the district. Tractor has been given to farmers group through your district. So when you qualify, from the circles, your circles, or PPM circle, meet the criteria, recommend government give a tractor. Because they want the sub to own the tractor, not, if you just put a tractor in the sub-county, it will be mismanaged. There are so many vandalized tractors in sub-counties. It will go the same way, the carry property. They will vandalize and leave. So tractors thing would be by you, the same people, in your circles. Somebody raised about, I realized about the recruitment. I mentioned about the recruitment in public service, but I was consulting around. I realized sometimes they give you money late and you return. This I was told when I was consulting. And the problem is public service. So I would ask the president, the commission is here, to work with the line ministry and sort out with public service. Who is frustrating who? Yes. Another question came on sub-county granted, but also it was answered, the law, elections. So I have no say because you got the answer. The sub-county granted. No staff. Some places have staff, like in Lira, they are saying they have staff. And even the money is going some places. So it's election. The welfare of local government have noted it. My sister is saying the big tree is there but need to be watered. You should pour water to the big tree to survive. If you are the big tree, so you need water. I also noted it's going to appear in my reports and shall make a follow-up. In your subsequent meeting, or even before, someone can come, the commissioner, to the president, to your leaders, and answer some of your concerns. The 4-acre model, she's asking for 2. The 4-acre model is a stand, but you can't, my sister, you don't walk with post leg. You start 1, if you are stable, then you put 2, and you walk. But the idea is to have a 4-acre model, but you're not going to do it in one day. But some of you can do it at a go. You consult with district production officer. That's what they call crop. You can intercrop a plan. 1 garden of coffee, that's 1. Then you can intercrop with matoke. If you are worried that you cannot make 4, just plant coffee, intercrop it with matoke. Then underneath you put beans. So you cut your beans mature, put in the bag. Then matoke 9 months, you eat my matoke with your beans. As the coffee grows. That's 1 garden. You are not even moved. It's only 1 garden. You have intercrop with coffee, intercrop with matoke, and the bean. So in the end, you then 1 cow. And plant the grass. That's only two gardens. Consult the production officer. Those are the experts. That's not to worry you. But for those who can take 4 and go, even more, that scale. That's why we're talking about intensive and extensive. Get the use of production department. Those are the experts in farming. Dokolo, we lost a coordinator for the district, Governor Agong. As a coordinator for Lam, I delegated 1 officer. Majagawa, you could stand. That is the officer of Kwania. is caretaking Dokolo. So before you leave, talk with the speaker.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And replacing coordinator for Dokolo, there's already a caretaker. Last question. Last one was not mine. I think that's all. Those are not the questions I got. So weak for a general. But so I've been asked to close day one. Thanks so much for your participation. And I'm also participating. I'm also discovering a lot from local government. I'm also sharing with you your difficulties, but I'm not committing myself. But I've seen there's a problem somewhere. Some chairmen are willing to give you more detailed report. I've also learned of your frustration when you make your report to the commissioner, to local government, they don't take it up. And the morale. For morale, you have got to work. The commission is saying they are going to improve on the welfare, but not today, bit by bit. Me, I worked for 5 years without salary. I did not stop working. That's why now you have peace. I worked for 5 years. They only give me food. So it was the small money. That's why I'm saying you want it to be farming. Money will never be enough. Even those who are working a lot of money, they are struggling for money. If you see those who are being arrested in corruption, they have too much money, but they are still looking for money. Yes, you have to accept where you are. And this is your government. If you all run to America to look for a good pastor, become a problem. There's a professor in Nairobi University. I was teaching in Nairobi University and Kenyatta University. She abandoned her job, went to America. I'm just saying to get a better pay. The only jobs he got there was washing the elderly people. You know, in Europe, that's where they keep the elderly people. They sick, and she's paid $15 per hour. And now she's comfortable because she wanted money. But you can imagine to bury the elderly mother, or the elderly general like me, paying me, be a professor. Yes. So from here, I close day one. Thank you.
Thank you, General. We are the General. Thank you so much. So tomorrow, please, for now, you are free to go and focus. But the Secretariat team is there to guide you about the communication. And the Vice President has made the special arrangement. So the couples in your group, and the Senior Assistant Secretary, Sub-County Chairpersons in your group. So the team Charles Musoke there can support. So the rest of us will be back, will be in the tent tomorrow. That's where we'll have the annual general meeting. Let's keep tight that we can finish up. Thank you so much.
Hello.